other person will say something, but it was a good experience. I'm from Niger Delta too, so I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to pass the mic. Anyone else who was here yesterday want to reflect on, basically what was discussed and the ideas shared? What are some of your ideas? What are some of your ideas? What are some of the things that you want to see? Sir, would you like to help us with that?
Thank you. I think what I just want to say about yesterday's presentations were very good, just like the young man said, and the issues that were brought up on the panel discussion, addressing agriculture in Nigeria, and the king talked about the vast land that they have in Jesse Kingdom, and how he would like people to come in there and invest, and also do community development. All those ones were addressed. I asked questions yesterday. What I expect to see, I think that is what is most important to me, probably to every person that is here, is action. Because talk is cheap. Action is expensive. And action by itself, action cannot work without a human being. It's like you're asking a car to drive without a driver. Human being drive action. So what I'm expecting to see is action. So whatever that is discussed here today, there has to be action. For those of us in diaspora that want to help in Niger Delta or Nigeria as a whole, we cannot do anything that much without the people or the ground at home, to help to facilitate that we want to do from here, which means there has to be an enabling environment. I'm not going to stress that because people at home knows, all Nigerians know the problem of Nigeria. We know the issues. The only thing that we have not been able to do, we have not gotten the willpower to implement the action or the things that will make to resolve those problems. We know how to resolve the problem, but we do not have the willpower to do that. I think that is what I expect that we should see, and for people that come from home to listen to what is going on here, the people that has the power to do something should take what is being discussed here in this forum home and help to encourage the people at home, to put these things into action. Otherwise, we'll be spending our time here. I do not believe that we should be like a dog that chases its tail. If a dog chases its tail, you never catch the tail. We don't want to chase tails, and we don't want to be like a bone tied to the neck of a dog, and the dog salivates trying to eat the bone, but it's not able to eat the bone, but the bone is right there and he's seeing it and he can't eat it. I want action. Thank you.
Yes, sir, and that's one of the things that we are focused on. Yesterday, we had Senator Donzella James, who serves in the Georgia Senate. She's been a long-standing senator in the Georgia Senate, and she gave her presentation yesterday. We are working with Senator James, who is helping to broker that partnership and that engagement with the Georgia seaports for bilateral trade between the Niger Delta region and Georgia, because we want to be able to promote the products coming out of the Niger Delta region and how we find markets here in Georgia, right? That's number one. And number two, working also with Senator James to broker that engagement with Georgia Power for the power generation, hydropower, biofuels, and so on and so forth, and being able to leverage that, that support that we can get from Georgia Power, utilizing Senator James's assistance. So actionable items, the next steps, that's what we are really focused on. It's not just gathering everyone together, like you said, to talk about the problems of the Niger Delta region. We all know the problems. We all know the challenges. But now, how do we move forward? How do we work in concert with our experts in the region and leveraging experts in the diaspora to work together, to build those relationships, to build that partnership and that collaboration that's needed? Because it's really important that the Niger Delta leverages the expertise in the diaspora, because we all have our knowledge and our expertise in various areas and specializations that we can lend to the development and the revitalization of the region, right? So that's really important. His Royal Majesty, good morning, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Pretty good, sir. Thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, no, I was just going to add that basically what this summit, the business summit, is about is redoubling our effort. Because, to borrow from Kamala Harris, we're not playing around.
That's right.
We're not playing around at all.
That's right.
We need to make sure that us in the Niger Delta leverage on what we, the diasporans, can bring, work together and do things together to make things actually happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's been a lot of talk.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
we haven't, like you just said, it's not been action.
Yes,
we need to really redouble, do the needful, so that we see the world, the Niger Delta world, the way it is here. Or close to, because, they have issues here too.
Yes.
But somehow they're able to rise above it.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do we do that? That's why we're all here.
Right.
Not for nothing, my husband and I came in from New York last night because it's truly time, it's business, it's time to do the right thing.
Yes,
and so I implore all of you, both Your Majesty and the governmental representative here, maybe in your capacity, maybe in the governmental capacity, whatever it is, but come to the table with the tools to do the right thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we're not playing around.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I think it was said yesterday, and I don't know if it was you, His Majesty, it was said yesterday that this room should have been filled. This room should have been filled, right? I don't know, His Majesty said next year we'll probably have the governors and the kings from all 6 states next year. Some people wait for the train to move before they get on the train. They have to see it. And in my address, my personal address yesterday, I said, yes, there will be skeptics. There will be those who will be looking to, what are those people doing? What is that Niger Delta people's movement people doing? What are they doing that we haven't done before? We're casting doubt before even giving an opportunity to come and participate in what we're trying to do.
Make it
right?
a dead on arrival.
That's right. It's dead on arrival, right? But that's not what this conference is about. This conference is about, we have MOUs. We had the senator who said she is ready to sign an MOU. She already signed it.
Awesome.
She already signed it. So she sees the passion, she sees the drive, she sees the potential, but potential does nothing if it just remains potential, right? So she is throwing her weight and her leverage and her influence behind the vision that we have for the Niger Delta region. And it's just Senator James now, but we also had representatives from the Georgia Department of Economic Development yesterday. We had 2 representatives. And also we have connections with the Georgia Chamber of Commerce. And through Senator James, we will have those relationships grown and developed with the seaports, with Georgia Power. So things are moving, right? But we can't wait we can't wait to see the train move. We have to move with it, right? From rest, we have to move from it, right? Move with it, And I'm glad that we have this opportunity. But it's not going to be talk. It's going to be about action. We're going to have groups. We're going to have committees formed to continue with the research, right? Anyone else? Your Majesty, would you like to say something? A reflection from yesterday? Can I have the mic? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I like to tell our people that, speaking frankly, what we have here has the capacity to turn the world around. You have young brains, full of energy, full of ideas, but somewhere along the line, we have this old belief that the old order can never be changed. But we believe that with our coming together, pursuing one idea, marching forward with one goal, I know that there is no situation that is insurmountable. I'm a very convinced person that from this noble sitting, something more realistic will come out.
Yes, sir.
More so, so many persons base their thought, or what I refer to as position, on what they read on the social media. Some few days ago, I had to correct a professor who has this habit of forwarding. Please forward. He will just forward. And there was an incident that happened in 2022. All those criminals involved are dead now. The prof is still forwarding them. Don't pass that route. They are there. And we cannot perpetually live in fear. Let's confront the fear ourselves so that we get to the next level. The situation in the Niger Delta 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, in fact 2 years ago, is different now. Let me give you a practical example of river escravos, also called river focados. In 2022, late 2022, people that lives around that riverine communities, they come to Warri to buy fish. And these, before now, these were people that come to Warri to sell fish. But somewhere along the line, pipelines were just being ruptured, were being attacked, and even in the developed world, there are species of fishes that will not coexist with spillages. They vanish. So, in 2022 late, the then government of Nigeria decided to change the narratives. How did they change it? They saw that people who were having the responsibility to protect the oil pipelines were making more money attacking the pipelines. So, what do? These were persons who are not from the Niger Delta, but they were causing environmental hazard in the Niger Delta. So government decided to terminate their appointment and awarded him to somebody from the Niger Delta. And between late 2022 to May this year, I'm happy to report that those who were coming to Warri to buy fish are now bringing fish to Warri to sell. How? Because the attack on the pipeline has reduced drastically. Water has a natural way of regenerating itself, of purifying itself. The water purification has gotten to a stage now that the fishes are coming back from the high sea to the clean water. Because before now, you can hardly move a boat for 5 minutes without an oil spill. But now you can drive for 2 hours. The waters are clean. Before now, when you drive, when you on a boat in the river, sometimes you just hear, the boat pilot will tell you, I've killed a fish. If you reverse the boat, it will catch a fish. Because certainly blood will come out, they will pick it up. But for more than 10 years, all those things went away. So let me assure our people here that we have new understanding in the Delta. What you need to do, even as a king, if you come to my kingdom now that you want to buy land for your personal use, the first thing I'll ask, what the size of land do you want? You say you want 100, like 20. I say, okay, hold on. I'll call people. There is no place where you do business without feasibility study, without investigation. You don't just go buy land and believe that all is well. You need to find out the history of that land. Okay? So if you are bought from a wrong person and you are not dealing with the right person, there is a possibility for you to think that you are being scammed. But you scammed yourself because you refuse to do a thorough investigation. Due diligence. You refuse to. I will not. I have a son who is a serving general. He told me that he wants a land to build a house. What do you want? He said, I called somebody and I told the person, if there's any funny thing on that land, I will rail you. He said, Baba, there will not be funny thing. And the man has been there. So my conclusion this morning is to tell our people to see the present situation as a new order, and that we can do it better this time around. There is nothing that you want to do in the Delta. Call it Cross River. I have friends. Talk to me. I will talk to somebody. I'm not saying consult me for money, but I'm saying because we are meeting here, I can stake my neck. Somebody who told me yes, he's from Akwa Ibom. I told him his village. I think it was. He said before Eket. I said, yeah, I know the place. But from my place to Eket, it's over 300 kilometers. So conclusively, I know that what we are doing here is a serious business, and I know we can change the narratives of some of the situation around us from this very house. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so in the interest of time, and thank you all so much for contributing your remarks and your thoughts. We definitely take those seriously as we are moving seriously forward towards creating the actionable items to realize the revitalization and the economic development needed in the region. So now in the interest of time, we're going to have our first presenter, Mr. Chris Iyawayawe. Did I say that correctly, sir? Iyawayawe. I'm so sorry. I am not going to be welcomed into the Delta State. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, sir. We appreciate your time and your presentation. And his presentation will be on entrepreneurship ecosystem. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Your Majesty, Uriye, my distinguished Deputy Speaker, Delta State House of Assembly, Honorable Ato Akpo, the Georgia Government Department, the Georgia business community, the Nigerian community, and of course my big sister that is here with her husband, Chief Dema and Dr. Onome Dema. On their goodwill, I'm here today. Sister, thank you so much. Before I proceed with my presentation, I honestly must speak directly to the organizers of the Niger Delta Summit here in Atlanta, Georgia. I've had the privilege of interacting with them since I arrived here the day before yesterday, and I can see an enormous passion that gladdens my heart. But sir and ma, I want you to know that not everyone can do what you are doing. Not everyone, sir. To promote the Niger Delta region the way you are doing is quite novel. I personally can only imagine the level of networking, telephone calls, visits, legwork, and of course your time and your resources. That's an enormous sacrifice all by itself. I know what it is because I'm in the business of trying to put things like this together. Particularly when you want to start, it can be quite challenging. But please, I'm making a passionate appeal that no matter the challenges, no matter the difficulties, please never give up on this assignment. Now, straight to the business while we're here. I'd like for you to flag off the first slide, sir. Utilizing the Niger Delta resource for high economic development with view of attracting entrepreneurs and investors to the area. To throw light on this all-important subject of utilizing the resource of the Niger Delta to develop her might not, or might just look a little simple, but I can assure you that it's not as simple as you think. It's quite a difficult assignment, but I've come determined to do justice. For us to understand the enormity of what we have had to grapple with. That's it. As an entrepreneur and a businessman from the Niger Delta, I would like to expose the things that we have had to deal with, the things that we have handled. I used to live in the West before going back home to set up the business that I'm not doing. And I understand your position, particularly for investors and my brothers that are in the diaspora. How you must feel when I ask you to come and be an investor in the Niger Delta. I understand it. But by the special grace of God, I am in the marine business, the marine and heavy lift business. As you will see in the slides before us. Today, as I speak to you, from very humble beginning, the business that we started a few years ago, I'd like to let you understand that we are now a market leader in the entire continent of Africa. So it is on this note I intend to share with you some of the secrets and some of the things that we did. So please, with all the security and trust issues in the Niger Delta, and particularly the bad press for Nigeria, please, I would like for you to know that Nigeria, and indeed the Niger Delta, is a major investment destination. Why do I say that? Now, today, you have the likes of ExxonMobil, with origin from this space. The likes of Chevron, with origin from this space. Ajit, from Italy. The Texaco, Chevron has bought over Texaco back, so it's now one entity. You have Total from France. Please, I want you to also know that one of the largest single investment of Chevron globally is in Delta. You could Google it. Escravos, they are based in Escravos. You have flights flying in day and night. But on my presentation today, since I arrived there, I sense that we've been dealing with what we call the 6 states of the South-South. Nigeria is divided into 6 geopolitical zones. You have the Northwest, the Northeast, the North Central. Then on the South, you have the Southwest, you have the Southeast, and then the South-South. But there's something for administrative convenience that has been done by government. It's called the Niger Delta Development Commission. It covers 9 states. With these 6 states that you have been dealing with, there's other states that is called Imo states, Abia states, and Ondo states. They also show the same intricacies of the Niger Delta. So for the purpose of administrative convenience, you have those 9 states making the Niger Delta. And that is what I intend to deal with today. Utilizing the Niger Delta resource for economic growth and development. I have the presentation outline, as you can see. My opening thoughts, overview of the Niger Delta region, socioeconomic facts, the natural resource distribution in the region, investment opportunities in the region, investment opportunities with special focus on marine and ocean economy, because that is my forte, that is my area. I'm also going to let you see the SWOT analysis of the region, so we are open. Challenges in the marine economy, enhancing opportunities in the region, and suggested ease of doing business in the region. Please, I would like to be a roving ambassador by taking this mic from this position. I want to move. So please, I don't know if you can take this mic off from me. Yes. Yeah. Because when you are dealing with slides, it's difficult, to just look at it from the standpoint that I am. Yes, that I am. My opening thoughts. the call for Niger Delta growth and development is not only apt, but germane, very pertinent at this time, sir. That's why I want to congratulate the organizers. 2, considering the immense endowment in both natural and human resource, the region is supposed to be the pride of the nation. But that's not what it is today. But having said that, all hope is not lost. Because by reason of what is happening in this room, I can tell you that a lot can still happen in the region. Though faced with years of neglect and high-level environmental degradation, the region can still blaze the trail in terms of growth and development. But this will require vision, passion, sincere collaboration, commitment, focus, determination, and selflessness. A wise man was speaking some time ago. He said you need 3 things to succeed when you are in this sort of movement like you have for the Niger Delta development. Number 1 is focus. Number 2 is focus. Number 3 is focus. Overview of the Niger Delta. Like I said, for administrative convenience, we shall be dealing with 9 states. And you can see all colored in red. We have, for those 9 states, you have a total land area of about 75,000 square kilometers. 9 states and 185 local government areas. Estimated population of about 33 million people by the last census. Accounts for approximately 24% of the total population of Nigeria. 24%. The next slide, sir. An extremely heterogeneous population with over 40 ethnic groups. Sometimes I tend to think that the Tower of Babel, that's where the thing started from. God said, look, you all will speak different languages. 40 languages. You know what that can be? What the enormity in terms of, having people with diverse in that particular area. It comes with its own challenges. The area contributes about 80% of the country's revenue and 74% of export earnings. 24% of the population, 80% of the total earnings. That tells you what is in the area. That tells you. Contains one of the largest wetlands with an extensive freshwater, swamp forest, and rich biological diversity. Over half the area is crisscrossed with creeks and dotted with small islands. While the remainder is a lowland rainforest zone. Islands everywhere. Sometimes you are in Europe, probably in the Netherlands, you see the beauty of little islands. What can actually come out from there? And those are the things we are looking ahead to and say, look, we must replicate the same. That's why I'm happy seeing what I'm seeing here in this room today. Over 62% of the region's population are 30 years or younger with growing youth unemployment. But to tell you that you have this amount of young men and young people, men and women in the area, it shows you the energy that can be tapped from the Niger Delta. The informal sector in the region absorbs a huge proportion of the labor force, between 70 to 85%. Below is the list of the sectors which employ the largest proportion of informal labor in the region. Agriculture. Since we arrived there, a lot has been said about agriculture, farming, forestry, manufacturing, and construction. Wholesale, retail trade, repair of motor vehicles and motorcycles, transportation and storage, catering, and food services activities all over. the Niger Delta are mostly dependent on the environment for their survival. In the coastal areas, fishing and trading are the predominant occupations. Where else? In adjacent island areas, most of the people make a living growing food and cash crops. The main crops grown include cocoa, rubber, rice. Rice today is something that, Nigeria is dependent on importing from Japan, China, and then Thailand. But today I can tell you a lot of rice is being grown in the Niger Delta, particularly in Cross River and Akwa Ibom. Still on the overview, for rural people living in the region, there are other primary sources of income, although on a small scale, including baking, tailoring, masonry, carpentry. The exploration of oil has negatively impacted local residents. But it doesn't matter. Environmental degradation has forced agricultural-dependent residents to relocate to the fertile land for employment and employment opportunities. This reduces agricultural activities inland and income and causes shortage of labor in the region. But people are moving upward to the cities. Now, this is the natural resources distribution in the Niger Delta. This is a slide of interest to this room. Because I tell you this is of interest to me, not many persons in the Niger Delta are aware that you have this amount of natural resource in the area. In Nigeria, there's what they call the exclusive list and the non-exclusive list. For the exclusive list, you can't mine and exploit it without recourse to the government. The federal government. But there's a list that is called the non-exclusive list. I'm glad to let you know that some of these natural resources are within the non-exclusive list. Just imagine if these are mined by individuals or by companies, by entities, what that would do to our GDP. Just look at the kind of resources that we're playing with. Clay, lead, zinc, gypsum, limestone, manganese, uranium. They are all found in the Niger Delta. So this is why I tell you that the Niger Delta is an investment heaven, sir. If you want to invest in the Niger Delta, apart from oil and gas, this is an enormous amount of resources to be exploited for the development of the area. If you ask me, this is an area I want investors to look at. To look at. While we are blessed with hydrocarbon, no doubt, the Niger Delta, particular delta that I am from, we have more gas than oil. 38% of the gas in Nigeria is in Delta. It's in Delta. So we are talking, if you want to exploit the region, we are looking at investors, please look at this resource. That's why I say, look, if we tap what is in the Niger Delta, Nigeria is a small location. What is there? God has placed the resources that are in that place. But the pain is that many people are not aware of this. Are not aware. This is why I want investors to look at it. For my brothers in diaspora, there is a lot we can do here. A lot, sir, we can do here. Just coming from this slide. And I'm glad to let you know, if you consult me privately, the mapping has been done. We know where they are. The mapping has been done. The surveys have been done. So just look at this. If it's phosphate, it is lignite, it's limestone, just look at it. Look at the resources that are valuable. And some of them are not in the exclusive list. Investment opportunities in the Niger Delta. For my brothers and sisters in the diaspora, for investors coming out of the US, the rich deposit of oil and gas makes the region a premium destination for investors in this sector. The Niger Delta, though plagued with serious environmental issues occasioned by oil exploration, still remains the home of major oil companies, like I've just told you Shell is there, ExxonMobil is there, Chevron is there. The big players, the big boys are playing there. Beside the international players, indigenous firms, like the one that I represent, Wellman has successfully carved a niche in the oil and gas sector by building very strong strategic alliances. And there are individuals and local companies with marginal oil fields who are doing very well. We can partner with them. We can. Investment opportunities are bound both upstream and downstream sector. Surveying, geodetic control establishment, like I told you, mapping, sea bottom surveying and investigation. So these are opportunities for investors. Site survey, preparation of drilling location, construction of access road to drilling locations, construction of mud pits, and slabbing. All these are areas for investors to look at. Seismic data acquisition and interpretation, geological activities, drilling operations. These are areas that are viable, and they are begging for investors to come in. Refining, establishment of modular refineries and petrochemical plants, establishment of construction and maintenance of storage tanks for refined products. Please, I tell you, if you go come into Nigeria and establish just storage tanks, you can never go wrong, sir. On a daily basis, I'm aware, I'm abreast with the marginal operators. They are constantly looking for storage. They don't have enough, constantly. I run a few big badges, and they come and say, look, we want, but my badges are deck badges. We don't store liquids on there. They want to pay anything to have it. But as a principle, I just told them, no. We have a few of those wet ones, but the major ones, we don't do wet liquids. Transportation of refined products, marketing of refined products. Please go back to the previous slide. Modular refineries. That's something that is key. It's something that can help us from that area if we'll invest in modular refinery. I also have an interest in that area. I've already hired somebody in America who is helping me to do this design. So these are opportunities that are there for investors to come and make justice to that area. Modular refineries is something that is key. And today, because of technology, refineries are as small as anything. They are not as bogus as you used to have them because of technology. And the technology is abound here. And one thing about modular refinery we're also looking at, we want to try and take it to the next level by doing petrochemicals. America today is dependent on petrochemicals. They are constantly looking for ink oil, they are constantly looking for ethanol, they are constantly looking for naphtha. I challenge you to look at what America needs to consume ethanol, because they also use it as a biofuel. Just look at the figures. The next slide, sir. Establishment of gas treatment plants for domestic and industrial use. Establishment of gas-powered regenerating plants. Fertilizer plant. Exportation of gas. Pipeline construction of gas. These are all investments that investors need to look at. Gas, like I've told you, we have more gas than crude oil. Today, people are constantly looking for alternative source of energy. A cleaner energy is in gas. And that's where a lot of investment are going through. I'm also, privileged to hear the fact that one of our organizers is from Guyana. And I'm aware of the development that because we have a particular company coming out of Houston, Texas, that is investing in Guyana, over $600 million on a particular project in Guyana. That particular company, they want to invest $3 billion in Nigeria, sir. They're coming out of Houston, Texas. So there's a lot of investment in the area. Serious business that will impact positively on the Niger Delta. Having done with hydrocarbon, we are now having to do with the agro-business, agriculture, agro-processing. Well, you can see the palm kernel nuts. Everything is in that thing, sir. Everything is there. Today, the economy of Malaysia is sustained by this item. History has it that they came to Nigeria, some time ago. Took a few months. I have been to Malaysia, and I've seen what they are doing there. So in a particular, factory I went to Malaysia, sir, they have the processing plant for this, and at the end of the production line is vegetable oil. After that vegetable oil, they produce the plastic. So as they're producing from the production line, it goes straight to the plastic. And most of them, those yellow cans you see even in Nigeria, they come from that factory. And that factory probably is less than a 1 acre land. Small factory. Because what drives the world today is SMEs, sir. It's SMEs. We talk of China today because of SMEs. Even Europe today, 30% that drives European economy is SMEs. So everything is in this product. Everything. This product itself is life. And is there in abundance. Agriculture has remained the most dominant economic activity for rural dwellers in the Niger Delta region. Our people, our ancestors, they farm and farm and farm, sir. And you need to see what they do with the revenue from farming. With crop farming and fishing activities accounting for approximately 90% of all forms of activities in the rural area in the Niger Delta. About 50 to 68% of active labor force is engaged in one form of agricultural practice or the other, including fishing and farming and local food processing. We talk about agriculture today, we must not forget, the area of animal husbandry. There's a lot of opportunities for investors. And we urge you in this house today to look at it. The region is richly endowed with alluvial and other soil types that favors all year-round agricultural production. Soil has a lot of alluvium content. You put a seed today. So I remember my son came back from school. They were doing a practical and they brought a bean seedling. That, well, let's do some practical and bring it to school the next day. He came, we put the bean seedling on the small sand in a container. So please, by the time we woke up in the morning, there were blades showing up. Within 12 hours, there were blades showing up. That's to tell you the kind of soil we have in the area. Very fertile. You put anything grows in it. And most of the developers today, sir, they are built up on farming. You go to a lot of places in America like you see large spans of farmers. Farming everywhere. China is the same. India is the same. Germany is the same. Everywhere. But we have neglected farming. So this is an area that investors should look at. We should look at farming. Farming can more than take this place, this Niger Delta region, to another level. We urge investors to look at it. The area is one of the largest wetlands in the world and richly endowed with arable land for agricultural purposes. Are the largest mangrove swamps in Africa, where cash crops including rubber, cocoa, oil, palm, coconut, and food crops such as cassava, yam, maize, and plantain are produced. I just mentioned the insatiable need of America for ethanol. The highest quality of ethanol can be gotten from this product called cassava. It's the highest. So what to do in that area is abound everywhere. Value addition to agricultural product is another very strategic investment subunit in agriculture. So enough of, you are producing cassava, you say you want to sell cassava. No, we must take it to the next level. There must be value addition. There must be value addition. Like you go now to Cote d'Ivoire, who are the largest producer of cocoa in Africa, they hardly will allow you to send out the cocoa seedlings. No, you have to process to the next level. That's an area for investors to look at. The Chinese came to Wuhan some time ago and they looked at the granite that we're producing and said, wow, they went to check the granite. And the production of granite in that small community in the Niger Delta is still at communal level. The quality of groundnut that comes out from the ground is something else. It's something you can't find anywhere. Investment opportunities in the Niger Delta. Fishing, aquaculture, marine resource, food industry. So this is another area that is untapped. We're just scratching the surface. We're just scratching the surface. I long to see where major trawlers will come into the Niger Delta and start genuine fishing, because we are just at the edge of the Atlantic, and no one goes into the Atlantic with trawlers to fish. It's a green area, sir. Green area completely. Green area. All the fishing we are talking about and the percentage we are quoting since I started on my slides is just communal fishing. Fishing, people who go about with canoes and all that, and they're doing the fishing. That's all. With nets. Going into the Atlantic with trawlers and doing fishing. No one is doing that. The opportunity exists. We know what happens here in America, the kind of fishing you have. Why can't that be replicated in the Niger Delta? Including several ponds, lakes and streams, inland rivers, creeks, estuaries, over thousands of hectares of freshwater resources, and brackish water of the mangrove. Brackish water has a lot of potential. Brackish waters are waters between the river water and the ocean water. It's at the middle because of its, the little line. But it does exist, and people are looking for it. Because of the salinity, the little salinity in the water. Those are things that are bound in the Niger Delta. The extensive coastline and related coastline water system provide opportunities for artisanal fishing, which form the economic and livelihood backbone for many rural communities. Given this advantage, it provides lucrative business opportunities in fishing, storage, processing, and trading of seafood. Storage, key. Now people just produce and then they eat. If they want to store, they have to go and dry it. No, we can still store fresh, and it can be fresh even for a year or more. Those are opportunities that are bound in the Niger Delta. Investment opportunities in Niger Delta, forest products, timber and logging. Please, when we talk about timber and logging here, it is responsible logging. You are cutting one and you are putting down, you are planting two. Though, in the global space, this is a huge problem all by itself, logging. Because there are some persons in Africa who say, okay, you Europeans and Americans, you have finished logging all your place. You don't want those log for us to log us? So we have that kind of debate. But that's for another day. The rainforest of the Niger Delta is filled with economically useful forest resources that are raw materials, inputs in manufactured products as follows. Food, beverages, cooking spices, processed foods, livestock feeds, medicine, pharmaceutical, toxins, biochemicals. The opportunities for sustainable timber and logging activities are also abound. These are opportunities that are replicated everywhere, and they're looking and begging for investors to come. Investment opportunities in Niger as we continue. A closer look at the chart 2.0 reveals the deposit of valuable minerals in the Niger Delta. Bitumen, clay, glass sand, granite, lead, zinc, gold, cocoa, oil. So one very important thing is glass sand. If you get to where you have Delta glass. I worked as a quality control officer in Delta glass. And just behind that glass, you have a lot of glass sand in that particular area. Granite, gold, lead, zinc. These are mineral resources that are abound in the Niger Delta. We are not just known for oil, but minerals everywhere. While the Niger Delta provides ample opportunities for business investments due to its natural endowment, it is important to state that in exploiting the natural resources, individuals and organizations must have a sustainability action plan so that the effect of harnessing the natural resources will not further compound the debilitating issue of environmental degradation in the region. Thus, utilization of the natural resources should have remedial plans to mitigate the impact on the region's ecosystems and communities. Investment opportunities in marine ocean. Beyond oil exploration offshores and in deep ocean waters of the Niger Delta, the expanse of water bodies presents very economical, viable opportunities for investment. The justification is that the ocean economy supports about 90% of global trade, providing about $24 trillion from investment in shipping, tourism, offshore energy. Sir, the figures that we are playing with here, they are humongous, sir. They are humongous. These are the things that you find in the Niger Delta. But as we speak, many of them are untapped. The breakdown in global trade is as follows. Seagrass and mangroves are worth $6.9 trillion US dollars. Trade and transport, 5.2 trillion. Coastline productivity and carbon absorption, 12.1 trillion. The marine ocean economy contributes employment, job creation, and poverty eradication. Imagine if all these investments, they come into stream. We'll be able to, turn the place to another world entirely. It's also addressing challenges as ending hunger, securing food, promoting psychological condition and sustainable fisheries, sustainable energy and natural resource, innovative industries, and fostering people, culture, communities, and societies. The Niger Delta can leverage this great endowment and earn huge foreign exchange from marine export and tourism like countries such as Mauritius and Seychelles. Maritime transportation, there's already huge pressure on roads in Nigeria and in the Niger Delta. We don't have enough good roads. It's an area that is begging for investment. Civil works, begging for investment. Considering the risk involved in transporting fragile and heavy-duty equipment on land, especially on roads that are either too small or substandard, maritime transportation provides a veritable alternative. Road, civil works is begging for investment. Besides, the industrial transportation and a well-developed water transport system will enhance effective movement of people and goods. There are no records of heavy investment in this sector. None in the Niger Delta. And from surface analysis, it's a viable sector that can accommodate diverse level of investment. There are no levels of any kind of investment, sir. Just imagine if an investor picks this, what happens? This is a critical aspect, ship maintenance and ship repairs. We have a few of them. We have one of them in Lagos and one of them probably in Port Harcourt, and a few, small players here and there on ship repairs. Now, sometimes we have to go to places like Ghana, we go to neighboring, West African countries, because, when you have the schedule of maintenance, it's quite frightening. So this is an area that is begging for investors. This one, ship repairs. Because you have all the players there. All the players are there with their vessels. Artisanal fishing, trawling for demersal fish, shrimps, and tuna fishery. Another aspect in marine, and another aspect is marine waste management. Marine waste management, because all these vessels that come, their waste, you need to manage their waste. Those are things that are begging for investors. With the growing size of undecomposable materials underneath the ocean, business activities in this direction are positive aspects. This is a global problem, and everyone is looking for a solution to this problem. Offshore renewable energy could be harnessed from wind, waves to power homes, farms, industrial settings, development of port infrastructures, and eco-tourism, which includes marine parks and wildlife tourism. So the level of investment that, or the opportunities that are available in the Niger Delta, sir, is humongous. That's the truth. We need to look at it. R&D, investment in recent and innovative studies, research into new initiatives from ocean resources. A lot has to be done and still waiting to be done in research and development. I have a number of slides, but I think I can close this section from here. A SWOT analysis. The strength of the Niger Delta. agricultural land and related resources, forest resources, petroleum, natural and gas resources, natural water bodies, human resources, majorly viable youth population, abundant biodiversity, wildlife and animal resource. These are the strengths that is coming out from the Niger Delta. The weakness, environmental crisis and environmental pollution. Farming is regarded as business for the elderly. You know, the young, the youths are saying, no, to go and farm. But like somebody gave us an analogy yesterday, if there's good money there, people will farm. People will wear their suit and go and farm. Obsolete technology for farming, lack of key skills and competencies, lack of sufficient verifiable information and database. Database information is something that is begging for investment. Poor service support, lack of employment opportunities. These are the weaknesses we have identified in the area. But then opportunities, food processing, industries, and related businesses, furniture and woodworks, oil companies, rural tourism, educational and healthcare, abundant biodiversity, wildlife and animal resources. These are the opportunities. Threats, vulnerability to flood. Annual flooding, we sometimes have it in the area, but it's not something to deter investors. That in itself requires investors. That in itself. The technology to stop flood is begging for investment. Inflation and economic instability, soil pollution, water pollution, increasing communal crisis and insecurity. Insecurity is begging for investment. With technology, we can stop insecurity. Engage the people and apply technology to the area. We've been told yesterday in the security section, you can send drones to, check the area, to scan the area through. It's an area that is begging for investment, to secure the area. There's a lot you can do by technology. Poor infrastructure, increasing population without improving welfare. These are some of the threats in the area. This is just a SWOT analysis of the area. I want to stop there because I'm sure we still have a lot. We can share the slides. We still have a lot. We can share the slides. But I want to say that, look, this is just an overview of what can happen in the Niger Delta. But for me, as an individual, like I told you, I've been in the West before, and I've gone back home to invest. I would like you to share the other slide, just to show you a little of what I have done. I have done going back home to invest in the area. And I think that for any investor, the sky is the limit. Honestly, I want to encourage people to try and look at what we have in the Niger Delta that I have just displayed within the last few minutes. Look at the opportunities everywhere. Every year you turn, there's an opportunity. By the special grace of God, I'm the managing director of the World Bank Group. We're involved in heavy lift and marine movement, marine transportation. Now, these are the structures that we move. These are the structures that we move to take to the next level the Nigerian economy. Now today, just hang on, sir. Now today, this is the single largest structure. So can you go back, sir? Back. No? No, then keep going forward. Keep going forward. Keep going forward. That's it. Okay, that's it. It's still the same. Okay, leave it. This is the single largest structure ever moved in Nigerian history and the entire Gulf of Guinea. And I'm glad to let you know that it was moved by us. No, it's not. This is for Chevron. This is for Chevron. It's called the Merem Sonam Project. Now, this particular structure weighs 3,500 tons. One single structure. The single largest ever moved. Moved by our equipment, moved by our personnel. Now you see what is happening here. On this slide, you have our badge here. Now you have the structure. Then these are modular trailers. You see that? These are modular trailers that we invested in. When the Nigerian content, said, look, enough of this portfolio businessmen. You must do something to take our businesses to the next level by acquiring equipment. And we acquired those equipments. I'm sure by the last count, we have the largest fleet in the entire continent of Africa, sir. The largest fleet. This particular structure was moved with 140 axle lines. The trailers are measured by axle lines. You can see them all scattered. Now, it was fabricated in Niger dock in Apapa, in Lagos. If you know, those of us who know Nigeria very well. It was fabricated there. It is our contract to move it from there onto the barge. Now, you remember, those machines are remotely controlled. Now, you see, to move this structure of 3,500 from ground onto this barge, remember that the baseline water is water. You can see the barge sitting on water. And now you want to move that heavy structure onto water. You know what that is. Water is an unstable environment. When you transfer a load onto the barge further goes down. So this is all about engineering that is also available here. Now, before then, we have put in pumps everywhere, and we have submerged the barge so that it can align with the jetty for us to drive in. But when you transfer a load onto the barge is further depressed. At that time, we have put pumps in the barge. We are taking a corresponding amount of water from the barge so that the barge can align all the time. It's something to behold. Today, something we started small, has become a global business. A global business. And I know this thing is possible by anyone. That's the confidence that I have. And that's why we are, talking to our brothers in diaspora, talking to investors. There's a lot you can do. When I left the shores of Europe, I never knew this was possible. And I am confident that if it is possible by my hand, it's also possible by the hand of another. So what we are saying to our brothers, just let the slides flow so that they can see pictures of the work. Just hang on, I want to just give a little story on this one. Now, on this particular structure, we're moving this structure for Total. Now, we acquired this equipment. You can see the modular trailers going in. Now, at this time, we didn't have ramp. We have plates from the land to the barge. Now, when we started moving, the plates went up. You know when you get to the place, now got up. And we drove against the plate. My God. I was on this side. And the axle lines of those trailers broke. And the whole of that structure was coming down. My God. Everybody, including the expert, everybody ran. We ran for our dear life. But thank God to people who had the engineering expertise. There was a Frenchman, Alan, who has the expertise. Everybody ran away. He came back, isolated a number of the trailers, that particular area, isolated it, I got more power, and we delivered safely this particular structure. So these are the things we do in the Niger Delta. And it's still possible today. We represent the endurance level of the area, what is possible in the area. And I want to enjoin my brothers in the diaspora, please, there are opportunities. We must take advantage. We can't leave them the way they are. Now, somebody from the consulate told us the Asian tigers are there, sir. The Chinese are there. They are buying up communities because they know that there are resources in the land. And we can't continue to live. This is for the Dangote refinery. It's called the ammonia converter. Now, this refinery, this particular structure, there were 69 structures in Apapa port. Dangote did not know how to move it for 2.5 years. And I came that I will move it. He said, look, you are a joker. People have come from all over the world. And then I brought my equipment at my cost from the Niger Delta. At my cost. And did a demo for them. And they saw it. Dangote asked an American and an Indian to follow me on the route. And we did that. And when we went for the demo, we had challenges. And the Indian said, forget it, you can't do it. And I told him engineering is about looking for solutions. It's not that there will be no problems. There will be problems, but we will mitigate them. And the Americans signed up on it. and went to Mr. Dangote. And by the time we negotiated, the last foreign contractor was given $27 million to move this item. But I tell you, we moved that in for almost half of that money. Almost half. And all 69 structures were safely delivered to the Dangote refinery. Are you getting me, sir? So these are the things that are possible in the Niger Delta, sir. Please, I'm enjoining investors to look at what is possible. There are lots to be done in the Niger Delta. There's a lot of opportunities. My brothers and sisters in the diaspora, we need to take advantage. The Asian tigers are there, the Chinese are there, the Lebanese are there. Are you getting me? If you leave those things in their hands, these are resources that God has given us. We can take advantage of them. When I go to those meetings and I see them, I just say, my God. So those of us in diaspora say, nothing is happening. It's a lie, sir. It's a lie from the pit of hell. It's a lie from the pit of hell, sir. You need to position yourself and take advantage of it. We are appealing to investors to look at what we have. Now look at what is happening here. This is on its way. So when we did that demo to Dangote, we need to move these structures by road. This is the first time we had to move through town. If you know Lagos very well, you have Eko Bridge, you have Jimmy Carter Bridge, then you have the Third Mainland Bridge. Those are the three bridges. This we're approaching now is called the Eko Bridge. It's the first bridge and very low. Now, engineering-wise, it's practically impossible to go under that bridge. So when we want to come under, you need to see people who gather. Now, how do we do this? That we want to move this, the diameter of this cylinder, some of them are about 9.5. And from the bottom of our barge to under the bridge, it's about 5.6. It's practically impossible without engineering. It has to be engineered. Now, what we did, these structures, you can see them sitting on stools. But then we take them out, we deliver them onto the barge without stools. So in other words, you would have gained 1 meter. Then when we get to the bridge, we submerge this barge that you are seeing. It's about 4.2. We submerge it to 0.2, and we go under the bridge. And now we go against the bridge when the tide is against us. We don't go against the bridge when the tide is in our favor. If you go against the bridge when the tide is in your favor, it could take you anywhere. But if you go against it when the tide is against you, you have control. You have to push your way through. That's how all 69 structures were delivered to Dangote for the Dangote refinery. My brothers and sisters, there's a lot to be done in the Niger Delta. Honestly, I'm appealing and asking you that these opportunities are everywhere. Just as I've outlined in all the previous slides. Look at this one. This is for ExxonMobil. Please go on. This is for ExxonMobil. This is perhaps, when we acquire these modular trailers, this is perhaps the second movement we use them to deliver. Now, this is what I was explaining to you. Look at the edge of the barge. Look at the key wall. This is the jetty. This is the end of the barge. You see what we have done? You see all these pumps here? We have used them to submerge this barge. Now, as we are driving in, we have calculated that when 2 or 3 tires touch this barge, come into this barge, we have calculated the amount of weight that has been transferred. Then we take a corresponding amount of water and we keep the barge aligned like this all the time. And that makes us to drive in and then we drive out and come back. If you look at this, we deliver 2 of the same structure onto the barge. Look at the next slide. That's it. That's work done and completed for Exxon. It's called the E-Tooth and Abank, project in Akwa Ibom, in Calabar, sorry. So this was delivered for Exxon, sir. So these are the things that are possible in the Niger Delta. The investment are there, the opportunities are there, and I want to enjoin everyone to take advantage of what we have, so that indeed what we are having here today will not just be a meeting where we are talking and there's no action. I believe that from this meeting, there will be actionable steps to be taken, so that together, we can make Niger Delta a place for us to behold. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deacon Chris. The conqueror, the champion, the lion is here. I'm feeling it. Are you feeling it? Everybody is in the Niger Delta region except us, right? Everybody taking advantage of all the resources instead of us, right? I thank Deacon Chris. That presentation got me so motivated and so excited. But all the possibilities, you know, especially when we talk about the young people, because the young people are hungry. The young people are hungry, right? I might not be from the Niger Delta region, but I'm from a developing country, Guyana. I know what the young people are experiencing. Pardon? Yes, sir. Thank you so much, His Majesty. Thank you. I know what the young people are feeling in Guyana. So I know what the young people are feeling in the Niger Delta region in Nigeria, right? They're hungry for growth and opportunities and to be included. Not to be looked at as, oh, they're just young people. They're not to be valued. They have no value proposition to offer. No, but they're hungry. They want to be a part. If they are not included, then they go off and do other things, undesirable things, right? The other thing that Deacon Chris spoke about, and then we'll move on to the panel real quick, is the SWOT analysis. I love the SWOT analysis because you always have to look at the strengths of your organization or the strengths of a region, as he pointed out. Strengths are good because you always want to look at the things that you do well, but not dismissing the weaknesses. Because with the weaknesses now, you can take the opportunities to convert those weaknesses into strengths. And then you look at, okay, what threatens growth? What threatens those opportunities for us to now get to that next level and scale? The first exercise I do with all my clients as a consultant, we go through a SWOT analysis. I need to know where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, because we got to zero in on those weaknesses. What opportunities can we recognize to grow the organization or to grow your business? And what threatens growth? What threatens you from scaling and succeeding and getting to that next level? Thank you, Deacon Chris, so much for your presentation. And now I will call up Deacon Chris, Honorable Deputy Speaker Akpowowo from from the Delta State, and Philip Koraya, who will moderate the entrepreneurship panel. And then we'll have a further discussion from a panel model on entrepreneurship. I'm pointing this way, but I'm like mean this way. Yesterday it was like this. Today is here. You know, we switched up today. All right, so Deacon Chris and Honorable Deputy Speaker on entrepreneurship. I'm pointing this way, but I'm like doing this way. Yesterday it was like this. Today
And then we also have Bill Band that'll be joining us as well, so feel free to take a seat, gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on, Bill. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Y'all ready to talk about entrepreneurship? Y'all are. All right, so one of the things that I thought would be a good way to start before we dive into the questions, let me get one of my young guys, come on up here. All right, so the way we're gonna start off this session first is by interacting first with the crowd so we can make sure that we're answering the questions that we need from you guys. So I'm gonna be passing off this microphone to them because he's gonna come to the crowd and you all are gonna be answering 4 things that I will be taking notes on, and that is going to be your name, whether you're a business owner, you're in a place that you're starting or you're expanding, what's your sector of interest, and what is either a question or a need that you have in your business. And I'm going to hand this to them. They're going to start from the back and work their way up from the room. I think I can double and use this microphone if I need to repeat anything, but go ahead and, yeah, you can go. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, that's fine. Got it? Okay. Start in the back. We're going to go person by person. We're going to run through this quickly so that we can ask questions of these subject matter experts while we have them together. All right. Who's first? Yes. Okay. So tell us your name first. Hey.
My name is Precious Edet.
Pleasure to meet you. Okay. And then what place in business are you at? Are you learning? Are you starting? Are you expanding? Where are you in the business cycle?
I'm sort of in the middle.
Okay. All right. That's fine. And then what's your sector of interest?
Real estate. I'm a real estate broker.
Awesome. Okay. And then what is a question or a need that you have in your business?
How to kind of be of better service and more relevant to my people.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. All right. Keep it rolling. All right. Who's next? Okay. Hello.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Helena Basute. I am a president of the Nigerians in Diaspora organization here in Atlanta, Georgia. My area, I'm a pharmacist by profession, and I retired and delved into real estate. So right now, I'm a real estate investor here in Atlanta, Georgia.
Awesome. And then what is either a question that you have or a need in your business?
Need in my business is I'm buying and selling properties. So if you have anybody that has a home to sell off market, reach out to me and we pay cash.
Awesome. All right, awesome. Thank you, Dr. Helen. All right. Next. Hi.
Good morning. It's morning. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is I am Dr. Perpetua Waichwe. I am a member of the Board of Trustees of Nigerians in Diaspora Americas, Diaspora Organizations Americas. I'm also the Vice President of Atlanta chapter of Nigerians in Diaspora Organization. I am first of all, I am an economist. I have a first degree, master's degree in economics, and I also have a PhD. I am a business owner, I'm an entrepreneur. My business now is I have a business services, I do taxes, I'm a tax consultant, actually an enrolled agent, which means that I represent clients with the IRS and especially businesses as well. So my business deals with registering corporations, businesses, doing business taxes, individual taxes, and advising my clients on financial, best way to keep their financial situations and pay the least amount of taxes that they need to. So,
and then what's a question or need that you have in your business?
The need that I have is the awareness to have people be aware of my business, to grow it, and make sure that a lot of people are aware of what they need to do with their business to make sure they keep up to date with taxes and make sure that they pay the least and they're compliant in business. So that's basically what it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's keep it rolling.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Iyamu Andrew Kunzua. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm currently the CEO of Rodezua Ventures. It's ventures. We've got multiple SMEs. So we have a Hillbrae Energy, which does downstream gas storage. So I will be looking at scaling.
Okay.
The previous speaker, Dr. Didikin, mentioned a lot about badges and storage facilities, so I'm quite interested in that. Also, I've also have a company that does IT as well. So we work in the UK and do like MSPs and data centers in the UK. And also another part of my business is agriculture. We've got some farms in the Niger Delta region, and we are still working on expanding all those commercial crops.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And then a question or a need. I mean, you said scaling, so we got.
Yeah. So
Mr.
my
Deacon
question would be
Okay.
scaling in the downstream energy schedule for storage facilities, and also looking at water marine logistics as well.
Awesome. Sorry to interrupt. Yes, by means.
Looking for collaboration, possible collaboration in areas of oil and gas.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, part of scaling. All right, let's go. Keep going. Where are we at?
Isekong Abasute, retired. I own an insurance agency for years, about 30 years. Retired, right? Well, I was also a broker with John Hancock. But right now I'm retired. I still dabble into insurance, but we're into real estate together with the family, my wife here. So right now that's what we're doing, buying and selling.
Awesome.
Rehabbing, we rehab and sell or rent out. That's what we're presently doing. But at home, we also started a small fishing pond. It hasn't been doing too well, but we hope to continue it. Maybe we get some information here to go back and see if we can improve it.
Awesome.
And we've also started a pig farm somewhere in my area, and that one is progressing very well. We don't know where we're going, but it's doing very well right now.
Okay. Capital raising.
So that's where we are right now. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. All right. Let's keep going.
Okay, real quick, a question to the panelists. We spoke about the young people. How can we bridge the gap between the diaspora and the young people in the Niger Delta region? And what plans can we put in place to make sure that we are including our young people in this entrepreneurship development? Thank you. To the panelists.
Whoever wants to tackle first can answer.
You want it? Okay. Well, I can tell you, my name is Bill Mann. I'm the founder and CEO of E Plus Kids. And E Plus Kids is a company to where we develop curriculums in virtual reality. And by doing that, we had a back-end system set up to where we can collect the data and bring value add to our kids. How it started, God told me, because of my background in technology, I have an array of knowledge of technology from network operating centers, data centers, all the way down to automation. So when you have that type of experience in dealing with automation, it puts you in a precarious position to understand the whole gamut of technology. So God told me one day, he said, you have to give back. And when I gave back I developed a curriculum that would include every aspect of different technologies, not only just technology, but real estate, environmental controls, things like that. So when you look at that, and he also told me to target kids from 10 to 15. So in doing so, we have developed a system and a curriculum to empower our youth and being able to educate them in high-paying jobs in the field of technology. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I think even as Deacon Chris talked about in the presentation, one of the biggest issues is going to be unemployment. So you have a lot of young people that are educated that just simply don't have job opportunities, which is the same reason that we deal with a lot of brain drain and a lot of people move over to the U.S. because they'll make a fraction of the exact same thing for the exact same skill set in Africa than they would in the United States. So one way that could easily be solved is by talking to people in this room and figuring out how to put together a company where you source contracts to do work here in the United States, and then you pay those people that exact same rate overseas. That's how you start really moving the needle from an economic standpoint, because take even someone that's doing software engineering, they could be hired over there. And Microsoft had a gigantic center that was in Nigeria that they closed and moved over to Kenya. They're paying maybe $3,000 to $4,000 for the same engineers that get paid here, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a month. So imagine you go and source those contracts as an American company here, and you go back and you pay those people that same 10,000 or 12,000, because you still have to make some money. So if you're getting 15 and you're paying them 10 to 12, that's still 2-3 times the amount that they would be getting otherwise. And that's how you really start changing from an economic mobility standpoint for the people that are young. Because what are they going to do with unemployment rates of 60 and 70%? And I mean, what do you do at that point? If someone's telling you you have a 70% chance of never having employment and you're in the ages where you're developing and starting a family, what does that do?
And we have hired developers in Kenya. So some of our software developers are from Kenya, and they're young men. And I did that for a reason, because my whole philosophy is to empower people, thus enabling communities to become self-sustainable. And we cannot be self-sustainable unless we get down to the bottom of educating our kids, giving them the tools that is necessary for them to thrive. And we've been put in a box, and I always tell my developers, I want you to be smarter than me. So I give them the reins to run freely. They're not confined, they're not indoctrinated in how I'm teaching them. I want them to teach me.
Okay, and then let's get through a few more people in the crowd. I already got a question teed up for you on the scaling of the, oh yeah. You want to say? Oh yeah, sure.
Well, one of the things we are having to grapple here, in this room, is the flow of capital. That's something that we need, the flow of capital. Now, there has to be a platform, and I want us to be intentional and deliberate about this. Now, we don't want to finish on this summit and nothing happens. And one of the ways in trying to get our young people, to engage our young people, both in the diaspora and back in the Niger Delta, is there has to be a platform. And one of the veritable platform I think that should happen going forward is to engage probably the Chamber of Commerce in Georgia, and there's the Chamber of Commerce also in Nigeria. So the platform can be deliberate, because one thing you have probably in the Niger Delta is youth restiveness. The truth of the matter, once you have no paying jobs, once they are not employed, the next thing will be crisis. There's no matter what you do, you can put the whole money there. Once the young people are not engaged, the next thing is crisis. That's what you have, restiveness. So once we are intentional about it, we ensure that the Chamber of Commerce in Georgia here and the Chamber of Commerce, we can link them up and set up those platforms, so that there can be direct engagement between the youths here and the youths there. And I think with that, we'll be able to take quite a number of them out of unemployment. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to be able to do 3 more people, then I have the questions teed up from. So let's go through, and yes.
Okay, my name is Paul Awusa, and this is my wife here, Margaret Awusa. I've been in this country for 41 years. And here in the U.S., for 20 years, we have been operating home health care. I'm the CEO of the company. We take care of the elderly, providing activities of daily living. Before we started talking about farming, I was thinking of how I can take my knowledge here in taking care of the elderly to Nigeria, and establish the same thing, because we also have elderly population in Nigeria that need services. But I did not know how that would work in Nigeria in terms of running it, because here the state pays for it. But I don't know how it will be paid for in Nigeria. That is one. But in the area of agriculture, we are beginners in agriculture. But we have, right now as we speak, I'm planting 9,000 palm trees. And next year we plan to plant another 9,000, 10,000. The goal is that in 3 to 4 years, we want to plant at least 30,000 palm trees. Now, in 3-4 years down the line, it's production time. I have looked at different methods of production. I've been looking at the China market, the machines they use. But I've also looked at Nigeria, like I said yesterday. There's no machine like that. My question to the business gurus sitting up there, how can I acquire that kind of machine when the time of production comes, because I'm planning, or we are planning, that by next year, we will start investing on the machine and start building the factory for the processing. But I need to know if there's any help I can get from you, the business people that are seasoned on how to acquire this kind of equipment.
Awesome. Okay, all right, then for my last two, again, actually, the young gentlemen, I want you guys to answer the question, then we're going to get to the panelist questions, because you guys are just as important being in here as everybody else. So, same thing, name, where you're at, what you're learning, what's your sector of interest, and a question or need that you got in business.
Repeat.
Start off first with your name, and then tell us, have you started a business? Are you interested in business? And then what area are you interested in?
My name is Jaden, and I haven't started a business, but if I were to, I would probably start like one around the neighborhood to help with people like cleaning, maybe mowing lawns and stuff like that.
Okay, nice. And then what question would you have? Awesome. What question would you have about starting that business from people that have been doing business for multiple times of your lifetime, I suppose?
I just need to know how to like get it out there to let people know that I'm doing it.
Okay, marketing. Got it. All right, awesome. Give him a hand. All right. Thank you, Jaden. All right.
My name is Jovan. Can you please tell me the second question?
Yeah, I got you. Have you ever thought about starting a business, or what are you interested in as far as business, and what like area?
I haven't thought of starting a business before, but if I were, it would probably be like, just like neighborhood tasks, just like him as well, help around the neighborhood. Yeah.
Well, this is okay. So what are you interested in? If it's not business, like even from an education or career perspective, what are you interested in?
Well, I always wanted to be like an athlete when I grow up, but if I did, I would want to be like an engineer or something.
Okay, awesome. All right. And then what question would you have either about acting or engineering?
No, not acting, athlete.
Oh, athlete. Okay, about being an athlete or engineering.
Yeah, same thing, just marketing as well, I guess.
Awesome. Give these guys a hand, and you can bring them up to the microphone. All right, cool. Thank you, guys. Great job, great job, great job. Okay, so we're going to start off with one of the questions, and I want each of the... Oh.
If there's still room,
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is, regarding bringing the younger ones into business or entrepreneurship, is there any platform or program that can encourage them to become brokers? Like scouts, sourcing for partners for you. You giving them proposals to go on the internet and reach out to people and meet with people and, like act as your scouts over here. Is there any opportunity for that, especially in your sector?
Thank you. Very, very good question. For that, like in my industry, the industry is the family is small. The biggest of this player is a company called Mammoth. Mammoth is coming out of the Netherlands. Then you have Fajuli. Fajuli is coming out from Italy. You have Sirens. Sirens is coming out from Belgium. Then you have ALE's, Abnormal Load Engineering, is coming out from the UK. Now, you see those things are just those structures. They have them here. Some of them, they manufacture and then bring them to us, depending on the project philosophy. Now, if you want to move those structures in the US, you have to call these companies I've just mentioned. They are not in the US. They're not American companies. None of them is American companies. So if I have the opportunity, I want to bring my equipment here. So if you want to be a scout for us, it's possible. We have vessels, if those opportunities are here, and then there might be opportunities that are looking to, to empower some of these people. They can be deliberating the actions. Okay, rather than going to Mammoth because it's here, okay, I'll give it to this gentleman so that it can, the profit can cascade down, to to the scout and the agents, just like you have just said. So it's something that we are looking up to. Thank you.
Yeah. I would say, even as we hear some of the different businesses that are in the room, even we heard Dr. Helen talking about how she buys houses cash, right? So an easy way for you guys to, get involved if they were interested in something like that is to go and figure out what her buy box is. So in buying real estate, that's normally like the requirements, the age, and the different things she looks at before buying. She could literally create a deal, because wholesalers do the exact same thing and make thousands of dollars just by bringing the property that makes sense for her underwriting standpoint. So all it takes is literally understanding, or someone taking the time to break down what their need is within the business, but they don't necessarily need to be young. They just need to be trained, because they're smart enough to do anything. They just need the training. Okay, awesome. Well, let's go ahead and dive into question number one, which is, we talk about cash flow in any given business or raising capital. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the capital stacks that you all utilized in your businesses. Did you start off by raising investor capital? Did you plant your own seed money? How did you go about when you began the business, and then also when you got the point of scaling the business? What was your methodology?
Is that for me?
It's for everyone. One by one we go.
Well, I want to be, very, very frank on this. Now, is that when we started this business, I started with a few pumps. It's just, I have the photographs there, but because of time, I'm just conscious of time. I started with a few pumps, and then I was servicing the industry. Then an opportunity came for a project where you need to assist this mammoth that came to the Niger Delta to move a structure. So that is where I saw the modular trailers for the first time in my life. That's where I saw it. And when I saw what they did, I said, wow, I would love to own this. So at that time, those equipments are multi-million. They're not cheap. They're multi-million, because in those, they do a lot of things.
Right.
Now there's electronics, there's electrical, there's mechanical, there's hydraulic, all rolled in that machine. Now I said, I will love this machine. And I was able to interact with some of the operators. I said, look, this machine, how is it? They said, well, you can get them in China, you can get them in Europe. So they gave me a card of a manufacturer. And I kept that card for a while, And I supported them and all of that. And an opportunity came where I was to move a structure from Bonny in the Niger Delta to Warri, from River State to Delta. So I did that job, and the profit that came was $1 million. Was $1 million. After finishing the whole thing, was $1 million. And now I remembered that equipment. I remember that I want to own that equipment. Then I looked at the manufacturers, and I flew to China in a place called Suzhou. I got there, and I spoke to them about this equipment, and they gave me their pro forma. Looks good, you own a lot of those equipment. I flew from China directly to France, in Auxerre, where from those cards, the guy, the operator, gave me in 2003. The operator gave me the card. So I went there and said, look, I want to own this equipment. Oh, when they gave me the bill to own the 36 axle lines, it was about $3.6 million. And I had just over $1 million. So I told them, but the Chinese will give me so much for $1.5 million. And the guy said, look, we can't match the Chinese, but we will give you good equipment. So we didn't conclude. So I flew back home from France. A week later, the salesman from Nicholas Industries that manufactures was in my office in the Niger Delta. I didn't invite him. I was surprised to see him knocking on my. He's an incredible salesman. And he came and said, look, Chris, we will give you after sale and all of that. So he convinced me. And I committed that $1 million, even when I don't know where the other $2 million was.
Awesome. Yeah. So
even when I didn't know, as people of faith, I didn't know where the other $2 million would come from. But as God will have it, by the time they finished manufacturing, I was had to pay another $500 from activities that were not coming up and all of that. And before you know it, $3.something million was paid. And as they came to Nigeria from the port, they went straight into a project. And I got the money for that project was gotten to buy it.
So to answer your questions, you know, for you to set up a business, you might probably look for cash flow, you look for investors. Ours was not that, it didn't happen that way. It was from cash flow.
Nice.
It's from cash flow. I want you to know that. You know, it can contact, but now it depends on priorities. Now, as a young man, that could have got into my head and I would say, oh, I want the best cars, I want the best homes, I want, things like that. You know, I was just so, lucky that I didn't get into all of that. I just went back into that investment. So the equipment came, went into a project straight away. The money to buy that equipment, over $3 million, came from that particular project. And then again, I bought more, then I bought more, then I bought more. You understand? Yep. So, the fiscal policy to try and get things done, we were not, extravagant. What the cash flow that was coming was putting back into the business. That's how we got here.
Awesome. Okay, so then I have a question for Arthur, considering that's good. Like the capitalist part is good, right? So this is more a law question. When it comes to structuring deals, and I'm sure we could touch on both, but I want to hear a little about this perspective. What are some of the pitfalls or things that you would say people should do to protect themselves, or some resources they should have when it comes to transacting in business, both overseas and here, especially when dealing with people cross-continentally, or even when you're dealing with other, manufacturers in Asia? So that's a question for, since he's on the law side.
Oh, the law side?
Yeah,
okay.
On the law side. Yeah.
The law side.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We have a business mogul on my right, and when he was talking, when he showed us that big, gigantic structure, I asked him if that's the Dangote stuff, because I've heard the story on the street that there's a machine Dangote wanted to move, he couldn't move, nobody was able to move it until engineer Chris was contacted and he moved it. But he said, no, not that. But when he got to that one, he also showed us. So I'm not in business, I'm a politician, I'm a lawyer, I'm a trained lawyer, and I'm a lawmaker. My interest and my declaration here is, if there's any obstacle in the line of your business, you let us know. We'll make legislation to ensure that those hurdles are cleared or from the way for you to have a smooth, easy business in Niger Delta. For example, yesterday, Mr. Hausa told us his complaints, and I told him and assured him that I was going to speak to the council chairman, who is in charge of that local government, and ensure that things changes positively for him. So if you have business in Cross Rivers, or even Bayelsa, I can reach out to the speaker of any of those states and say, this are likely the problem this company is going to have, and pass a legislation on this so that they can have their way. That we will do, and that we are ready to do for ease of doing business in Nigeria, particularly in Niger Delta. So I'm available. Israel Manager has my number, Emma has my number. So coming to do business with us in Niger Delta is my pleasure to support you in any way possible that we can in terms of legislation, and also help you to do due diligence. Like he asked, what are the processes for engaging with manufacturers and all that? We can do support services for you free of charge. Thank you.
Yeah, that's powerful. Okay. Yeah. Free of charge. All right. This has been beautiful. In the essence of time, I'm sorry I got to cut you, but we do have one question that was going to come from someone on Zoom, and then we're going to go that way we can still eat and people aren't angry. So yeah, let's go ahead and connect the person via Zoom. Okay. Hello. All right.
Yes. In America. Can you hear me? My name is Chief Richmond McGray, and I'm calling from London. And I must thank the organizers of this event There's a lot I would have loved to talk about, and most of them have been covered. I am from the Niger Delta area. I am a chief of His Royal Majesty, the Olu of Ori, and I think I know most of your speakers there. And there's a lot of things that people can invest in Niger Delta area. They don't have to be multi-billion or million dollars businesses. And I identified many of them. And some of them are, because Niger Delta area is just, you have lots of creeks, lots of rivers, and so on. And one of the major problems there, these are raw materials that you get without buying it. You don't spend money to buy this raw material. It's water hyacinth, which causes a lot of problem for boats, for people commuting within the riverine area. So those water hyacinths can be, if you set up a small industry, can convert those water hyacinths into books, furniture, boxes, manufacturing of even, you can even set up small company to manufacture engine boats or fiberglass boats within the Niger Delta area. We talked about cassava yesterday by my very good friend, His Royal Majesty Monday Whiskey. He talked about cassava, which is big within the Jesse region and the whole of Niger Delta region. But I don't want people to just see cassava as a staple food consumed by the Nigerians only or the people within the Niger Delta. Cassava, you can actually abstract, apart from the eating of the cassava, you can actually abstract starch, which can be used for clothes, for the pharmaceutical industries, used for tablets, for drugs, for syrups, and so on. And even the waste products from the scraping of this cassava can be used as fertilizers and even for food for pigs and so on. The whole of the Niger Delta, right from Calabar down to Lagos, if you drive by road, I'm talking of hundreds and hundreds of kilometers here. If you eat orange today, open the window of your car and throw out the seeds. Come back, identify where you throw the seeds from. Come back the next year you will see trees growing there. That is to tell you how fertile the ground is. So there could be research for oranges, and the oranges produce their big farm. You can, from these oranges, apart from oranges to eat, you can produce perfume, scents or smell for food, for beverages, fertilizer, manure, seeds for agriculture. Then within the riverine area, you can also produce sugarcane. And from this sugarcane, you can produce sugar like it's in Sugarland in Texas. And from this sugar, the excess, you can make whiskey out of it. We talk about palm kernel. The palm kernel, apart from producing the oil, because now there's a place in Niger Delta called Ajibodudu. I was there when they planted palm trees. And in less than a year, the palm trees were producing. So, and from these palm trees, you can now produce, which means you get your return very, very quickly. You can now produce oil from the shaft. From it, and the nuts, the kernel, and you can produce cream, you can produce food, you can produce raffias for a sort of hat called Panama hat. You can produce mat, you can produce all other things from the waste product. Then you have another thing that is a major problem within the Niger Delta area, and you don't need to pay for this raw material, and it's blocking all the waterway as we speak. It's called plastic bottle and sachets. You can see it all littering the place. And I was in Helsinki in Finland, where these plastic bottles can be mixed with sand. They use it to produce blocks for building of houses. They use the mold blocks to build houses and pavement for roads and premises. You have all the oil companies in Nigeria flaring gas 24 hours. And Nigeria is a country where people do not have gas to cook their food at home. What about bringing in a small company that can negotiate with the oil company, convert those gas that are being burnt and flared 24 hours into gas cylinders that can be used, in domestic homes and so on. We also have poultry, that can be looked into. We have, people talk about hospitals or healthcare. My brother in America talked about healthcare. These are things that can be explored. That, take for example, when I was growing up, if you have a broken leg, you go to Igbobi Teaching Hospital. If you have a mental illness, you go to a hospital in Benin called Iselu. And one of the biggest killers today within the Niger Delta area is diabetes and kidney problem. Why don't we bring in investors who will just specialize on only diabetes or kidney and build in that region? And I can guarantee you, in a population of over nearly 300 million people, you will have nearly 100 million people who will be suffering one of these sicknesses within the next 5 to 10 years. So that is another big business that people need to look into. Then the other challenges in Nigeria is that some of these things are produced, but people don't know how to market their produce. They produce the stuff, and because they don't have things in place to preserve what they produce, they don't want to take the risk of producing something or producing waste. So maybe good investors will need to come in, look at the possibility of encouraging the local farmers to produce and help them market this produce, not only to locally, but internationally. I'm not even looking at marketing it to America. There are lots of countries within the African region where you can market these things. Now, finally, one of the challenges that some of the speakers from yesterday have talked about, and is still going to be talked about, is that the youths in Nigeria, the reason why they are jobless is that people have not been able to convince them that to be attracted to farming or having vocational jobs. All the university concentrate on is just paperwork. So if you want to set up a business, all the stakeholders must be seated on a round table. When I mean the stakeholders, the youths themselves will sit there and let them know how they would benefit from it.
And thank you so much.
What they need to do.
And thank you so much for your questions. I'm sorry, but because of the essence of time, I'm told that we gotta pause it. But the other two questions, put them in the chat, and we definitely will be recircling back around to them. I'm told I'm about to clear the chamber. Yes, thank you so much for that explanation. Yes.
And the question will be, what can our brothers in America do to bridge this gap by organizing sort of training, to change the mindset of our youths by maybe few people living in America coming to Nigeria and getting the youths, the community leaders sit down and say, look, we have traveled all this journey to convince you that there is more to life than just relying on just the oil company and being jobless.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, and then let's give a hand to our amazing panelists as we go ahead and transition over to the next piece. I'm gonna be making sure to get y'all's information myself too, because yes. So yeah, if you guys want to give a final word of advice, one quote, something that you say could help empower someone to expand out their business in whatever industry it is, and then we'll go ahead and move on to the next part.
Okay, I'm a youth and leave the white beard. And I also know the problems of Niger Delta youth and Nigerian youth by extension. We don't need any orientation, nothing. What we need is investment that will engage them. We need to engage them. They say an idle's mind is a devil's workshop. They are not engaged, so that's why they're going to all sorts of youth restiveness. So we need to deliberately, intentionally engage them So when we call for people to come and do farming, like I gave example with Presco yesterday, I told you that the average man in our area is happy, is proud of working with Presco. Meanwhile, what they do in Presco is to slash the bushes, cut the palm nuts, the palm fruits, carry the palm fruits on their head, and they are paid for it. And because they are well paid, they are proud, they are happy. So an average Neanderthal youth want to work, but there's no job, there's unemployment, high rate of unemployment. There are graduates who have master's degree, who ride keke and Okada, and these days the government is deliberately banning Okada because they are using it for crime, kidnapping and all that. So there's a lot of unemployment. So I don't think we need any philosophy beyond creating opportunity to engage them so that they can earn a living. They will leave crime by so doing. Thank you.
Amen. Okay.
One of the challenges that I'm hearing is that how do we do business? Well, and how do we bring investors and we connect with one another? Well, we have a payment system to be able to do that. It's a decentralized payment system to where money could be sent to you in real time. So when you start talking about real time, now we can make micro investments into our community from America to Africa with no problem because of the banking systems where they have these global banking systems set up, as you probably know, having license, being able to do those type of transactions. We are now moving to an era to where technology is really coming to the forefront and it's not creating boundaries no more. We're in a position because it's already created, it's done. It's not nothing that we are thinking about doing or anything. We're trying to make it happen. We are already doing it. We're doing business. And for us to be able to send money and invest in your farms, invest into your agriculture from a micro standpoint, I think that's a way to be, because when you start dealing with investors, it's a process, as you probably know. But when you start dealing with individuals, say, hey, you have a farm that you are developing, hey, I want to invest in that. Well, here's $1,000, for example. These things here can happen. And it's not like we're just trying to do something. We can do it. It's just a matter of us coming together to implement. My whole mission is about execution. It's not about talking. Because plenty of people talk, and they can say anything. But my thing is about executing. How do we execute? Well, we need to come together as a people. Although we're in a connected world, we are disconnected. When you have 9 states in the same area, and they're not connected to empower each other, to whereas, guess what? We're not bringing money, and the money is not turning inside of the states. That's a problem. And we have to come, and we have a solution to whereas we can sit down and talk about these solutions and then implement them. That's what I'm about. I'm sorry.
Well, the organizers, I don't know, that's a very, very valuable contribution. And we really need to look at that. And the truth of the matter is that as far as Nigeria is concerned, after oil, you have customs. The next thing that makes the economy thrive is diaspora money. It's diaspora money. Yeah, but the thing there is that diaspora money, like he has just said, we need to be able to channel it into investment. We need to channel into businesses. And not just, I want you to build me a home, I want you to do, no, that's not what we're saying. Let diaspora money go into investment, let it go into tech, let it go into, developing, things so that things can move, just as I just said. Then two, something I didn't mention that I think that is open for real-time investment is I just mentioned that we are more of gas than oil. And the truth is that once you turbine natural gas, it's electricity, sir. Instant electricity. And you've got turbines here. And they're using it in Fokado. Shell is using it in Fokado Rokri. Power has not gone off once. There's no power outage in Fokado Rokri. What they did, the natural guys, they brought turbines, and that's how they generate power. So it's something that is set for investment. There are turbines here in America. If you get turbines and take them back it's instant power. There's natural gas everywhere. So please, that's something I forgot to mention in my presentation, and I just remember that now. So please, it's something for investors and our brothers in diaspora to look at. Very, very important, because everything thrives on the wheels of power. If there's no energy, if there's no electricity, nothing works. So that's the problem that we have. Very good problem that we have, and if you can provide solution, it is the solution you provide that will pay you anyway. And I'm sure you know that. A solution you provide, people are waiting for solutions. People are waiting for solutions. Once you can provide that, it will pay you. It has a way of paying you. So I really want to encourage everyone, particularly investors in the room tonight, and our brothers in diaspora. There's a lot back home. I tell you, sir, you need to now sit down and look back. You are coming from somewhere. You need to remember that. And the time to give back, the time to look at where you are coming from. Please, we want to encourage you to do that. There's a lot of things, venues that are open for investment, and you need to start looking at them now so that we can take advantage of it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. All right. Give a final hand to our panelists. Thank you, guys.
1 minute. People talk about real estate here, about 3 persons. Real estate is a big business in Nigeria. Take note. I know you are trading in dollars here, but back home, real estate is a big business. Like Asaba, where I live, it's one of the fastest growing cities in Nigeria, and people are making a lot of money from real estate business. And we have shortfall in housing. If we need housing in Nigeria, so as we develop Atlanta, Georgia, please remember that we need housing. We have housing deficit back home in Nigeria. Thank you.
Let me just add to that. Please, return on investment on housing in Lekki pays more than return on investment in America.
Do you believe that? Yeah. It's a statement of fact.
Return on investment. If you don't remember anything, please remember this one. Return on investment on housing in Lekki pays you more. But no, you know that in real estate, 3 things are important to say. Number 1, location. Number 2, location. Number 3, location. You understand? In real estate business. So I tell you, wherever you are, if you're doing real estate here, remember this. There are locations in Nigeria where return on investment is better than the U.S. Thank you.
Amen. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists and our esteemed moderator. Thank you so much. Before we are going to take up, I'm going to bring up Miss Elma, but we're going to assemble outside for a drone shot. Brother Philip is going to facilitate that shot with his drone. Then we're going to grab lunch and come back in here for a working lunch, because we need to proceed with the other presentations, okay? So I'll bring up Miss Elma, because she has something to say. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Please just listen to me briefly, okay? Hello. Thank you all for coming. We really do appreciate. Please, if you're asking a question, make it very brief. Yesterday, we couldn't cover a whole lot because of the questions and stuff dragging. We still have a lot to cover today. So if you know whether you're online or you're here, if you're asking a question, you're making a statement, go straight to the point so that we can cover a whole lot. There's a lot to cover today. That's all I'm appealing for. We don't want to stop anybody from speaking, but if we have to, then we have to. I just want everybody should know that. Please, thank you.
Okay, so if everyone could just gather outside. Gather, just follow Miss Tammy. She'll direct you outside. Pardon? Oh, follow Seth. Seth, raise your hand. Okay, there's Seth. So follow Seth. Don't follow Miss Tammy. She might be going in the wrong direction. So follow Seth. So follow Seth.
Hello, please can we go outside? Please follow Mr. Set. Everybody follow Set. There's something going outside. Hello, follow Set. Please outside. Set is waiting. Everybody go with Set. Please. There's a fun shot you guys need to see. It's beautiful. Thank you. Please go with Set. Please follow Set. They're after lunch. Keep it
$10 can help fund powerful ads to reach undecided voters nationwide. $10 can help open field offices in key battleground states, the ones that we need to win in November. $10 can help hire organizers to
Ekwekwala, adekwala, ọgbakala, na God just make me the first Port Harcourt to Ngalaba. When I'm 19, ya bụ na make we dey brikọta, brikọta when they brikọta, brikọta when they wan kọta. When I'm 19, I'm a Port Harcourt boy, oh boy, Port Harcourt boy. See, when you shaka ni Port Harcourt first son, oh first son, Port Harcourt first son. Boy, no, 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 boy, it's a very beautiful city. Like Port Harcourt, Aliyah la mereya we, Aliyah la mereya we. I never enjoy it. You, gotta be Yen kama ma roti nyame chire when eze yeso wike when abato ye ariye when oja mangala le akotu white baya anu keke ko bani baya mavin yo bana baya to tesi we baya timi ala ibe baya when eri abodi anu baya when oseje okocha baya Louis when baya Edward asumi William Balogun when mighty Akarolo Chimbiko okay equipment I'm a Port Harcourt boy Port Harcourt boy Port Harcourt person it's a very beautiful city all around the world, like Port Harcourt, yeah. Oh, you wanna be to go? Garden City, any man on my elevation. I never enjoy it when I say how you wanna be. One love, when you might see
Okay, great. You know, I'm sitting back there enjoying the music and eating the food, enjoying the food. I forgot I was supposed to be working. Miss Tammy said, hey, get the show on the road. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. How's the lunch, everybody? How's the lunch? Make sure before you leave, just thank the chef. The lunch was great yesterday, and I know it's equally delicious today. All right. So what we're going to do now, so this is supposed to be a working lunch. I forgot about that. So what we're going to do now, we're going to jump into three presenters in sequence, presenting on education and kids. We're going to have Mr. Bill Mann. Bill Mann, is Mr. Bill Mann here? That's Bill Mann there. He'll be up first. Dr. John Uhuru. Okay, okay, all right, yes. Mrs. Esther Onori. Excellent, great. So that's the lineup. So each presenter will have about 10 minutes to present their information. And then we will follow that with a panel, okay? So I'm gonna, Mr. Bill Mann, you're gonna be up. Do you have a presentation, or are you just speaking? Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to probably have to walk around myself. I hope everyone is enjoying themselves today, and we're having a very, very good time. I know that meal is very good. This right here has been very inspirational. I've learned a lot. When the king said yesterday that the kids, and it really touched me, that the kids have to be 10 years old because they have to be strong enough. That was a very serious statement. There's a responsibility we have as adults to be able to set the foundation for our kids to where they are always strong, not when they get to a certain age. And my thing is to deal with the kids at a young age to bring productivity and expand their minds to where they can really go into the future and do a lot of things much better than what we have done. So I've created the E Plus Kids, and here's the curriculum here. As you can see, we're dealing with real estate, we're dealing with space, we're dealing with underground construction, we're dealing with technology, and all of these curriculums are courses that God given me to be able to put together to whereas it's accredited. So when we deal with technology, technology is very broad. So when we think about technology is not IT, we're doing things in virtual reality, teaching them cybersecurity, teaching them AI, automation, just an array of different technology that's in the course. That course there is 10 weeks. Then we have another one, underground kids digging deep, underground construction. And because we, as a race of people, as a culture, do not see and understand what underground construction is. And when the gentleman came to me, he was like, Bill, can you do something for the underground construction community? So I started doing my research, and I found out that, no, we don't exist. Only way we exist is about digging a hole. I don't think that's fair. Not when you have different type of technology that we can learn to understand that particular industry. So I created E Plus Kids, and it's centered around virtual reality. If you can go to the module, please. And you will see the different courses that we have. We got the E Plus Kids Technology. You can click on that or scroll down if you can. And you can see the different curriculums and the courses that they have to go through. Now, I don't treat them like kids, okay? When they come into our course, there's an expectation for our kids to learn at a different level. It's not like, hey, you know, we touch this and we touch that. No, you're going to learn. And you're going to learn to be able to empower our community, to be able to take the foundation that we are laying and being able to go to the next level when you get age 20. And how we're able to do that based upon virtual reality, how they move, what they touch, what they look at. Then the curriculum itself, how they answer questions, gives us predictive analytics that is this kid here strong in cybersecurity, or are they strong in wiring, coding? So you have to be able to identify where our weaknesses are and our strength. Not only that, after they come through the curriculum, they will be it's an accredited course. They would now have a tangible solution, meaning a tangible certificate to where they've been through this course. And then what will happen when they turn 18, we have documentations to be able to say, guess what? We're going to have a job lined up for you in robotics. We're going to have a job lined up for you in gaming. We're going to have a job lined up for you in cybersecurity because you have demonstrated at a young age your strength. So when you have predictive analytics, and the reason why I'm saying that technology allowed us to go to that level, you see? So we have to be proactive and have the vision to understand what we have to do for our youth today. If you don't mind, go to the next one, hit module. Yes. As you can see, this one, once again, is dealing with space. Most of our kids in our community, in our culture, are not involved in space travel. That's where we're going next. We got to understand what's coming. Somebody have to say that and give a direction, and at least give an opportunity for us to participate in this type of industry. Because if we don't, when they go out there, somebody got to say what they're looking at. And it might not be for our advantageous. So we got to look at certain things and look at in the future and be able to provide a solution for our kids to grow. I'm big on education. I'm big on empowering the youth, because without them, our future is dim. We have to give something to them. We have to be committed to making this happen. More ways than one. Go to the next module, please. Yes. We're diving into clean energy. So when we start talking about agriculture and farming and things like that, this plays a major role. They have to understand that this right here is telling us about hydrotechnology, hydrogen, clean technology, how we're going to clean our planet up. How what do the soil look like? I'm hearing rich soil, but yet and still, if some of the big business come in, they might not have the same criteria. But if you have the knowledge and the education of it, and you've been exposed instead of being indoctrinated to where you're free to think, it makes a big difference. Because you've been exposed to say, no, God ain't gonna do that. That's not right. See, it comes from a different level. When it comes from our youth, that means they have something to say. So our job is to empower them more ways than one, and that's what I'm trying to do here. Go to the next slide. This is E+ Kids Digging Deep. So when you look at it, we have 3D printing, tunneling. Because I think the gentleman earlier was talking about how they was going into and what he had to do. I mean, that's just phenomenal. Matter of fact, we need to applaud that brother. Where is he? Oh, there he is right there. We need to applaud that brother for what he has been able to accomplish and what he's able to do, because I'm going to follow up with you to make sure that my curriculum is aligning to what you're doing, to where we have a feeder ground to bring youth, new talent and youth into the fold. This is what it's all about. Hit the next module. I know I'm on a time crunch. Next one. You said you wanted to play sports, right? Okay. Check this out. You playing sports, you don't got hurt. You still want to get on the field, but they say you can't go no more. What you gonna do? But you love the game. What's your next step? Sports medicine. You got data detective. You know, there's a whole lot of stuff in here centered around sports. But we have to be exposed at a young age. We can't be indoctrinated into a system that don't work for us. That system don't work for us. We know for a fact that lies has been told at a young age. So that's a problem. So when we look at this and we say, hey, I'm going to expose you to something to where you're a great athlete, but when you get hurt, you know, what do you do next? And I know so many of them. We had sat in the dorm with plenty of athletes that tore the knee up, tore the rotary cuff, they be crying because they don't know what to do next, because most athletes, they are taken care of. Okay, they are pampered. A lot of them don't even know how to do a bank account. Okay? So what we want to do is educate them. There are other ways to go into this field to where you might love the game, okay, and play the game, but guess what? You invented something called wearable technology to help you with your training, to help you and just to be able to educate you on sports, just not only playing the game, but understanding the game and making money at the game, even after you retired from playing. Hit the next one, please. Next one. This right here is this right here is a decentralized real estate. And you say, well, what is that? Our communities of the future need to be decentralized. We have already experienced a lot of cyber attacks and things like that has affected our community to where they shut down everything. If your community is decentralized, you're in a position because now your community is over here and and it's transparency, and I hate to get into this, but I have to. You need to have your own data center. Very important. Our kids will be educated to understand what microgrids are, data centers are, and AI technology, and being able to keep it in our community because that's a large language model. And when you start talking about data, that's the new age of real estate. Okay? So when we start talking about data, because I always ask people how Facebook can become a $1 trillion company that you can get on there for free. They don't have no products to sell you, but yet and still they worth trillions of dollars. And then you have some company, I had somebody tell me, well, Bill, you know, they put in like advertisement. I said, no. I'm going to take the top Fortune 500 companies, and they put in $100 million a year for advertisement. It still don't equal up to $1 trillion. So where is the rest of that money going? You're giving your data away. You're giving money away. So with a decentralized community, it's putting you in a position, and when you can have your own data center, all that information is in your community. And when they want to access your data, it's going to be sold. It's no problem, Microsoft. Okay? Because our history, our culture, our land has value. So we have to be able to structure our data to be able to do that. How do we do that and take it into the future? Right here, by educating the youth. I think my time is up. Okay. Oh, any questions? Anybody have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Just in the interest of time. No problem. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, that was Mr. Bill Mann, and now we're going to have Dr. John Uhulu.
Good afternoon, everybody. So how are we all doing today? Awesome. So I'll wait for the AV person to put up my slide. So I'll be speaking for about 10 minutes, right? So please feel free to time me. And while we're waiting for that to come up, I want to say you all look amazing. You all look amazing. Please give yourselves a big round of applause. Please. Yes, I would say the speakers for today, they've all done so well. But before I delve into that, I want to say, Your Highness, it's a pleasure meeting you, sir. It's a pleasure meeting, okay, Your Majesty, sir. It's a pleasure meeting you. It's a pleasure meeting everybody here. All protocols duly observed. I am Dr. John Ugulu. I am an author, a best-selling author, public speaker, and by the grace of God, founder of Main Seed Christian University. It's a university here in the United States, and God has been faithful. These are my young sons, Jovan and Jaden. I typically take them everywhere I go to. It's a form of mentorship for me. Yes. So please give yourselves a round of applause one more time. Typically, I heard the legislator over there saying in Niger Delta, people don't need philosophies. They only need investment. And today I want to talk about international partnership and collaboration between the Georgia education system and the Niger Delta region, utilizing Niger Delta resources. So when it comes to philosophies, first of all, what is the meaning of that word philosophy? Philosophy means a belief system, right? And without the right belief system, it's like building a house. Exactly. So we already know that. So sometimes I hear a lot of people from our part of the world saying education is a scam. I do hear that a lot. And it's high time we changed that narrative. Because without the right education, you would not have been representing the people. So it's, in my opinion, it is mandatory to first of all work on the mindset. Now, we have a lot of great people in the room right now. In this part of the world, people who are doing so well believe in documenting the process. Why? Because they understand that we are all in life to do time. And when our time expires, you need to move it on or pass it on to the next generation. Right? We were all sent into this world to do 4 things, whether we like it or not. The first one is to serve the gifts that we have within us to the people. And when we serve for a long time, automatically we become leaders, which becomes a second assignment for everybody. We become leaders. And when you lead, that naturally comes with influence, which is the third assignment. So when you positively influence people, to influence people means you're asking them to abandon what they already know and follow what you want to show them. And what you would show them at that level of influence would lead you to your 4th assignment, which is impact, a legacy. Education teaches us the importance of leaving a legacy. Not just an ordinary legacy, but a long-lasting legacy that would outlive every one of us. Because if our dreams, our aspirations, our visions, our goals are just for the time being or for when we're just alive, then that's not good enough. We're all gathered here today because of what education has done. That's why things are moving well here. They understand the process of documenting. So the first thing is we must change the mindset of the people. Without the right mindset, everything you do will be in vain. But if we do not want the people to rise up and get to know who they are, where they are from, why they are on earth, and what they need to do, then we can just leave them with a flawed philosophy. So today I want to present on the possibilities of collaborating with the Georgia State and the Niger Delta in the area of education. And I did a research before coming here, and that's what I want to talk about today. Now, I'll go straight to the introduction. International partnerships between educational institutions and religious and regions endowed with natural resources offer significant opportunities for mutual benefits. Now, this paper that I'm presenting right now examines strategic collaborations between the Georgia education system and the Niger Delta region, focusing on utilizing the region's resources for economic growth and sustainable development. But our emphasis will be on shifting from entertainment-based system to a knowledge-based system. I know a lot of us here understand that we spend so much money bringing in entertainers, millions of dollars, bringing in artists. And if you listen to what they sing about, it's nothing to write home about. And we spend thousands, millions on things like that. It is high time we changed the narrative. It is high time we transitioned from entertainment-based to knowledge-based. Now, we want to explore several partnership overviews. The first one, educational collaboration. Educational collaboration between Georgia and the Niger Delta region can include academic exchanges, joint research initiatives. Now, we talked about different investment opportunities. How can we make that possible? It's by educating people. I'm a youth. So many years ago, if someone had told me I would be the founder of a university, I would not have believed it. Because my mind was strictly programmed to, hey, go to school, get out of school, get a job, and just be normal. Now, I'm not saying it's not okay to just be normal. But we were all created not just to be normal, but to be extraordinary. So if we do not put these philosophies in the minds of the people, they would accept mediocrity for the rest of their lives, right? So we need to document the process, educate the people, make sure we bring key opinion leaders from all sectors. Now, the deacon was talking about an unfortunate incident that occurred when they were moving a structure, and that it was a Frenchman who came there to save the situation. Now, did that Frenchman document the process in which that situation was saved? I don't think so. So we need to start understanding the importance of educating people by putting down, writing down, inviting people to partner with the key opinion leaders in Nigeria, in the Niger Delta region, to write books on what they know. Let them tell us what they know that we need to know. Even if not for us, at least like my young sons who are growing up, they need to know. Yes, they go to school to study engineering, they go to school to study, but there are some things that are taught and some things are caught. There are some things that are not documented in the school curriculums that we use. So we must focus on educational collaboration. If no MOU has been done in that regards to have exchange programs or to set up leadership development centers in the Niger Delta region, sir, I will beg that we do that. And here's the reason why. There's a study that shows that from 2019, the personal development industry grew from 41 billion. In 2019, it was a $41 billion industry. But it grew from 41 billion to 71 billion now as of 2023. But a lot of Nigerians are not even exploring the area of personal development. When I say personal development, Those are educational systems that prepare people with the right mindset, not necessarily the formal education. We can look at setting up leadership development centers in the Niger Delta area. It won't cost billions, like one of the Zoom speakers talked about. It won't cost billions. Set up these centers, have people from Georgia State send key opinion leaders to Niger Delta on a regular basis to speak on issues that can build their mindset. Mindset is everything. One of my mentors, John Maxwell, will say, everything rises and falls on leadership. But I would say that everything rises and falls on mindset. So when they understand that education can set them free, they will not commit crime. So we can look into that. We can also look into utilizing the Niger Delta resources in several areas like oil and gas. There are so many people who do not know the sources for getting the badge. There's so many people out there, they don't know. So those people are waiting for you at the top to get it done and hand over what is left to them. So let us work on setting up leadership development centers and bringing in key opinion leaders from time to time. Exchange programs are paramount for us. So let's look at some of the challenges we know. They previously mentioned all that. We have cultural integration. The fear, a lot of people over here are scared because of the things they've heard in Nigeria, right? Someone talked about curriculum development. You have a curriculum that works here, it will work in Niger Delta. So we should look for ways to have people like himself who are into curriculum development to develop curriculums for these leadership centers. Because Malcolm X said the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. So we need to educate the kids, we need to educate the youth, we need to educate everybody on having the right mindset. So in conclusion, international partnerships between Georgia's educational system and the Niger Delta region offers a promising pathway to sustainable development and economic growth by focusing on knowledge-based initiatives. Knowledge-based initiatives, such as establishing the leadership development centers. Somebody can use his or her building as an initial, as an initial strategy. So let's look into the personal development space. It is a lucrative industry. There are so many people who do not even know that such an industry exists because it does not require billions of naira or billions of dollars to get into. But it is very lucrative. When people get into that space, they no longer see challenges, they only see opportunities. They realize that challenges are natural because challenges are meant to activate the creativity inside of us. It's a change of mindset. We need to invest more in personal development through education. And Georgia State that I live in, they have an awesome facility. They have awesome resources, great resources to partner with Niger Delta. Because the man who is in that space, like I am, will not pick up a machete to fight. He will not pick up a gun to shoot somebody, because we understand what emotional intelligence is all about. So we must first of all work on the mindset, because everything rises and falls on mindset. Let's partner with Georgia State for that. I will be more than happy to serve. I will be more than happy to provide whatever tools or resources that I have. Like I said, I am the founder of a university here in Georgia. And by the grace of God, our goal is to cultivate 1 billion liters on or before the 31st of December 2041. And we'll be more than happy to partner with Niger Delta region. God bless everybody. Thank you. It's been a pleasure and a privilege. And I wish everyone a great rest of their day.
All right. Dr. John Ogulu, another round of applause, please. Okay, before we bring up our next speaker prior to the panel, I just want to acknowledge the Honorable Otumba Shahid Oshugun, representing King Ariade of Georgia, the Oba Dernard Akinri Misi, who's here. Please stand, sir, and be acknowledged. Yes, sir. We want to recognize you, sir. Thank you. All right. So next we'll have Mrs. Esther Honori. Mrs. Honori. Thank you so much. All right.
It's okay. I'm not going to be long. Good afternoon, everyone. After listening to these wonderful speakers, I don't know what Ejiro really want me to say here. But since he got me out here, my name is Esther Honori, Mrs. I'm an Urobo from Delta State, and I live in Georgia. I'm an educator. I'm a Georgia State licensed educator, and I teach special education in the middle grades. And I had a very nice experience, I would say, because I went to Nigeria last month. And at the airport, I had an excess luggage. And the man looked at my passport and said, "What do you do here?" And I said, "I teach." He said, "What grades do you teach?" I said, "Middle grades." And he was like, "Wow, I doff my hat for you. How do you do that?" And why I'm saying this is, we never get recognized for what we do as educators. We never. So when I saw that from somebody out there, I was like, "What?" He said, "You know what? Shh, say nothing. Go." And that kind of made me glad that I'm an educator. So when Ejiro said, "You're going to be in the panel," and I'm like, "Okay." I didn't know what I was coming here for. So I saw your presentation, I saw the other person, I'm like, why is he calling my name? Because I'm not ready for this. But all the same, I'm just going to say, from listening to you, I think there is hope for us in the Niger Delta. And my interest is more in the early childhood, which I did here for 14 years. I was an early childhood educator. And it gives me joy to see those children blossom. So that makes me feel like if we can incorporate what you have just said now, and we begin to help our people back home, we will see our children. And of course, the e-kids slide that he just showed blew my mind. I'm like, this is not going to happen in Nigeria. And then you come in and say, mindset. So now I have learned that I have to have a rethink of what is possible in the Niger Delta area. Because as we all know, our school system over there leaves little hope if we don't switch our mindset like you just said. And I happened to drive around and just take a look at some schools while I was there. And it really beats my imagination what those students and teachers, and this is just one area, not to talk about the 9 other states, what those children and teachers go through in the region. So I will just say here and now that I will want to really meet with you and also learn from you and see how I can be of help there. So that was what I thought we were here to wrap our minds around. So, and I don't know if I'm far from it. The early education in Nigeria is nothing to write home about, as we all know. A lot of it is by private individuals. I happened to look at our curriculum a few months ago when we were trying to think about the way forward with Delta State education. We're in a community that in a committee that kind of worked on what we can bring to the state governor to see which way forward with the education system. And I looked at the policy and I saw a lot of things are there, but they're not just being executed. Because nobody is checking, no leadership, no training whatsoever. The teachers never have any kind of refresher course to say, okay, this is where we're going, AI. I don't know how many of our students back home even know anything about that, except for the ones that do the computer business. I don't want to mention that name here, but that's where our students are heading to. So if we don't intervene soon enough, we will only have those people there in the region. And that's why there's a lot of problems there. So everything we've all said here today will make sense when we begin to take it, export it over there, and use it and begin to see, which is not easy. It's not going to be easy on us sitting here because of the bottlenecks, the policies, and all that we have over there. But will that stop us from trying? No. So I am just lending myself here to this group to say, I'll be more than willing to look into what he has to offer and what we can do to take over there, because I saw that there is nothing with the education going on there. But most of us here, we schooled in Nigeria. I mean, when I came to the US, I had an issue where my certificate is being questioned. But somebody in the department who happens to be married to a Nigerian said to them, you see this certificate here? This woman had worked hard to earn it. So you're going to evaluate it and give it to her. Then, I'm sure now people will not stick their head for a thing like that, to say, let's do it. And that's how our education system over there had gone that low. It's gone low, like you have 600 students in a classroom to one teacher. 600 to one teacher. How will that teacher do it? How? They told me, if you see a child doing something and you want to try correct the child, by the time you go in here, sometimes you have a court. Then you go home to go treat your court because of the desk and all that. So, I'm not saying all hope is lost, because my hope is kind of renewed with hearing your message and hearing the Deacon? His message is, yes, hearing his presentation. I'm kind of having a new hope to say we can do something, we can collaborate and start with the mindset. A lot of the mindset need to be reset over there, including mine that has just been reset here, because I just came back and I lost hope. I lost hope. When I heard the teacher teaching 600 students, I was like, no way, there's no way we're going to get out of it. And then I saw their schools, the buildings. I mean, if you go through schools here, you see the building is inviting. You want to learn. You're coming from outside, there's AC in the building. When I came back from training yesterday, I was cold, I was feverish, because the AC in the school building makes you want to really sit there and enjoy the learning, but which we do not have. Students don't have roof over their heads in the classrooms. And what can we do? That's some of the things that I think I would want to meet with you and learn from you to see how we can really collaborate with these people over there so we can start resetting the mind of the people and remove it from education is a scam. Truly, education is a scam in Nigeria now, if you look at what's going on. But with what we are doing here, I think we still have hope with people like you around. Thank you. Okay. Oh.
Thank you so much. No, that's okay. His Excellency.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm happy she ended with the word, hope is not lost. And I'm a realist. I strongly believe that we can change the tide. Depends on how many captain we have in the boat or in the ship. Delta State, for instance, I know that for a fact that the student number per class is 40. That is the standard, 40 per class. But there are exceptional cases. Exceptional because if you have accommodation problem in some schools, Delta State currently has, in fact, my kingdom, with 94 communities and still growing, we have 21 government primary school. 21 government primary school and 7 colleges. That is about one of the highest number of schools in rural kingdoms. In Warri Southwest, or Warri South, I know that there are over 30 government secondary schools. Some of them in story buildings, like Nana College, like Isi College, like Hosi College. But we are not here to present or defend what is on ground at home, but to boost what we are doing here. Here and now, I will provide for whoever is ready to test run this program a 500 by 500 land free, so that the best of the children that you have around in Delta, our children are still very sound intellectually. You can imagine the Nigerian students still score 300 and something over 400 in JAM. They still make A1s. When a lot of people say education is a scam, it belongs to less than 15%. We are praying it should not be more than that 15%. And the consequences are coming now. People are losing their children in a mysterious manner. So, when you get to the market square and you see people running, you don't tell a deaf and dumb to run. He knows how people are running, he will take off. Okay? All I work for, all I live for is how to train my children. And that is exactly what some people around me are doing. Okay? If as a king, I still went to lecture hall and completed my PhD that I started before becoming a king. That is to tell you, people still value education in Nigeria. To cut a long story short, hope is not lost and hope will not be lost. I have promised, just make a contact to me, send it, you might not even need to come, send people down to check the land out, 500 by 500, that we can build a pilot school to show to the world that our children in diaspora are ready to do something that can transform. Bring such school and put such incentives. You have AC, you have this. Bring them there. Our children are ready to learn under ACs. Okay? We are not immune to good things. We are like I put it, we are not averse to good things. Whatever that is good that you enjoy here, bring it to. I was talking to you when last you call your king. Your king is my friend, the Niger of Ekboma. I have contact to a lot of traditional rulers in the country of Nigeria. That is because of my working experience. And I know that no king that you will call today and say, Your Majesty, I have this concept that I want to bring home. Now I will tell you no. We would rather want to set up a vigilante to guide the place. I bought a computer center from the World Bank to my kingdom. As we speak, each time they want to train, they go there. If you are not training, I have people I settled in the building. If anything happened to those computers, something will happen to you. That is to tell you how much I value them. There are about 45 pieces of computer from the World Bank. Each time they want to train, they go there. When they are not training, I have a family who are resident in the same building. I'm happy with what I'm saying, especially those who are getting age. Learn to come back home. You have worked here. Some of you, whatever trade you did here, you can do it back home. Especially those that have something to do with educational advancement. We grew up to meet our father telling us old stories. Do you still tell your children story now? We all watch movie. Another wicked thing came up on board, telephone. The father is pressing his own, the mother is pressing, the children are pressing, everybody is pressing. Okay? That was not how we grew up. So, I beg to disagree that hope is lost. But I want to tell you, whatever that has made you successful here, replicate it where you come from. If I had listened to people, I would not be here. But my daughter and sister, Emma, keep insisting, Your Majesty, you must come. You know what it takes for a king of my class to travel without somebody around you? That is because of all the delegation that we sent to the embassy. The embassy say, I am the only person they can give visa. When you say this is your PA, you say no. So, but when they come to our country, is that what they go through to come to our country? And so, at Frankfurt, I ran into one of my subjects who helped to carry bag. I got frustrated, but I must be here. That is to tell you, I came to test the ground. In fact, what we are doing here is test running. Next year, some people will trek here. That is what I can assure you. Because our people are now ready to get back home, and we are ready to encourage them. So let me say we are grateful. Let me say we are honored. Let me say I am happy that our children, our sons and daughters, because by our tradition, no matter your age, the king is a father. The witches and wizards, the king is their father. Yes, the armed robbers, the Yahoo boys, I'm their father. So if I say my children, I'm not missing words. I'm happy to announce, to say that you are now ready to do something. And I just cannot but encourage you to do so. Give you all the encouragement. Let nobody discourage you. Because what we are here doing is a serious business. And if you are discouraged, we might not get to where we're going. I saw these two young guys. That was how I got to know you. What are you doing? He said, our father is inside. You are from where? From Edo State. I said, fetch your father. That's why you came. So when we leave here, pick your phone, call your Niger. Tell him you are doing well in America. It will not take anything from you. Okay? Replicate what you have here in Ekboma, and you'll be happy you do. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're going to get to, give me 1 second. Okay. Just have to clarify some things. All right, so what we're going to do now is transition into our panel, three-person panel, on education, information technology, and digital financial solutions. That is going to be moderated by Philip Correa. And we're going to call Arthur Orique to the panel. Our panel of professionals. And we're going to have Mrs. Esther Honori, who we heard from just a few minutes ago, and Mr. Bill Mann.
I want to live my life the way I can.
Bill has to go? Can we have Mr. Ogulu on the panel? Sure. Education, information technology, and financial solutions. Thank you so much, sir. You had so much valuable information in your presentation, so we definitely would have you on there. All right. And we're going to have Mr. Philip Correa, who is going to moderate the panel. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. And we're back. All right. Y'all still awake? The food didn't put you to sleep. How was the food? It was good. Can we give a hand to our ladies for giving us some of that amazing food? Y'all might not have seen me. I went out there for 3 plates. So now I'm here, and I will not be closing the buttons in the front of my suit. All right. So we're going to be talking about education, informational technology, and digital financial solutions. So for those that don't know, everyone that's in and some of those that are checking with us on Zoom, I want all of the panelists to go ahead and give us a brief introduction, say hello, give us a little bit about your background and expertise, then we're going to get into some awesome questions.
So yeah, I am Dr. John Ogulu. I am an author, speaker, and strategist. I had my master's and PhD in entrepreneurship and innovation. So entrepreneurship is my forte by the grace of God. I've also used that to create a business as the founder of a university here. So it's a pleasure and a privilege meeting every one of you. You all look amazing once again.
My name is Arthur Orique, and I'm really excited to be here. I'm an entrepreneur. I have over 20 years of experience in IT. I have worked with Fortune 500 companies. I also serve on the board of several nonprofit organizations, including the World Chamber of Commerce as the Director of Technology. I also coach and mentor young people, teaching them about the passion of technology and showing them that there is a better way, and also encouraging them that the sky is not the limit. I am really excited to be here, and I'm very passionate about technology, using it to solve challenges. Thank you.
All right, my name is Esther Honori, Mrs. I'm an educator. I've been an educator all my life. I think that's my calling, to educate. Yeah, so my entrepreneurship is in the making. But I have a little business that I run here with my husband. We have a pizza parlor that a lot of times people have been saying, you can take this to Nigeria, and I'm like, I don't know about that. But I work on it after work each day. And I am so excited to be here. This is my first experience, so I'm really learning. And I think I like what I'm seeing here. And I think I want to continue to collaborate with this group and continue to work with them. My area of interest right now is real early childhood, because I know that they said the child's mind is tabula rasa, what you write on it, that's what sticks, and that's what goes, and I hope to begin to develop my interest in that area some more. So thank you very much for having me here this afternoon.
Right? Hello? 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 Okay, it came back. All right, let's make sure that one's still going. Okay, good. All right, so how many parents do we have in the room? Let's see a show of hands. There we go. We got a chunk of parents in the room. And so how many people have children that are not in college yet or in college? Everyone else, kids are grown. That's completely okay. All right, so we still got a couple. That's fine. So one of the first things that I wanted to touch on, since we have a myriad of you guys that have spent time both on the education side, but also in entrepreneurship, one thing that's become a really big hot button topic for students that are graduating high school is whether they see the usage of actually going to college versus going into trade versus going into business. So with you guys and your experiences, I'd like to get some of your insights on your thoughts of what children should be looking at pursuing or what things we can better do to prep them to make informed decisions on what they should be doing, considering all the changes that we're seeing in the workforce landscape.
All right, yes. So first of all, thank you for that beautiful question. In my opinion, I'll say in my opinion, formal education is paramount. Why? Because first of all, the human body, we have so many neurons in our brains that must be activated at some point. So that's the first stage of igniting the neurons, learning how to be patient, learning how to assimilate, how to learn, how to assimilate things. It gives you patience. So in my opinion, I will encourage everybody to get a formal education if you can afford it. Now, and for those who cannot afford the conventional education, that's why we set up a college. That's why I started a university here, because I know there are so many people who come up with various kinds of excuses saying it's expensive. Yes, it is expensive to get the formal education. But we offer scholarships. We offer free education for those who are ready, because our goal is to cultivate leaders. In fact, the goal is 1 billion leaders on or before the 31st of December, 2041. So it shouldn't be an excuse. We all need that formal education, because that's like the first step, a platform to get to the next level. Then for those who cannot even get it in whichever ways they try, they can go into the personal development space. That's a space that a lot of people from my country, from Nigeria, have not explored. Like I said, in 2019, it was a $41 billion industry. But as of 2023, it grew to $71 billion. Now, it's not expensive to get in. To invest in leadership development, it's not expensive. So if one cannot, for any reason, get the formal education, I'll suggest that they look for people who are in that space. Like in the United States, we have different programs. In my school, we offer that outside of the regular degree programs. We have our associate, bachelor's, master's, and PhDs. But we still offer those coaching programs where we train people on mindset development, because everything rises and falls on mindset. But with formal education, if you can go through it, you're already tough enough for the real world. That's my opinion, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I do believe that the world is changing, and it's real changing real fast. Here in the West, you do find out that now, more than ever, it's not that important to have a college degree. Over in Nigeria, we still that's still a formal requirement. Now, it's all about finding one's passion. A lot of times the kids are just pushed into a career path that they have no interest in. I do believe that kids need to find out what they're passionate about, and when they do that, then start looking for additional resources. The world is shrinking very quickly. It's becoming a global village through the use of technology. You now have access to vast arrays of educational resources online. You could actually learn an additional skill online without having to go through the four walls of a school. Content generation, this is the day and age for that. You do have people in Nigeria who do have YouTube channels and are broadcasting directly from Nigeria. The requirement of having to go through school or waiting on JAM, which keeps jamming people for many years. Sometimes people write JAM over and over again, they get frustrated, and then they resort to violence or armed robbery or the worst. What I do believe is there are avenues by which they could tap into. First, figure out your passion, and then go for it. But for this to happen, infrastructure needs to be put in place. I posit that electricity and internet are the two main factors or things that need to be put in place in every community in Nigeria to be able to enable the youth to take advantage. Directly from Nigeria, a youth or a young person who does not have a degree but has learned a skill, be it through YouTube, Udemy, or whatever resource abroad, can compete with anybody else, locally or globally, wherever they are in the world. Can you imagine a young boy in the Niger Delta region, probably 16, 15? He basically goes up on Fiverr. We're all familiar with Fiverr.com.
For those that aren't, go ahead and break it down. Yeah, just.
So Fiverr is a marketplace where you could actually find skills. You need to be able to create a logo. You go up there, you put a bid. People actually bid for it, and then you actually get your logo in less than a few days. They could actually make money directly from their homes without leaving the house. The bad roads are there, but they could actually stay home and make money off of it without a formal degree. It's great to have a formal degree. However, there are resources, but we need to have electricity and internet. Those are critical for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. You have well spoken. I'm in agreement with what both of you have said, but I'm just going to add that this mindset thing cannot just be with the students or the children. Because come to think about it, a lot of us didn't even get to know what our interests really were until maybe our 20s or thereabouts. So guiding them, and for us, it's like education is basic. You have to get it. And I think it should be the same thing, because even if you have that skill, your education will help you to do better. I mean, if you look at a trader that does not have a formal education, they can still make money. But if both of them, the one that knows how to at least calculate, we bought this thing for this and we can make this, the one that can calculate will go farther, whereas the other one will just do the basics. So that's my only addition to that. We still need to encourage them to get the basic education, and then when they get to know what their interest really is, the skill or whatever, then they need the help to develop those skills. Then that's when the issue of finance, then the issue of finance can be taken care of at that time. That's all I think.
I agree, and from the perspective of, I love the, you have a question? Okay, awesome. All right, we'll get to the question, but yeah, I'll walk and talk while I take that over there. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, awesome. They say if you think knowledge is expensive, then you really have to wonder what the cost of ignorance is. And in so many cases, we talk about, I love that everyone's fired up. Y'all ready to go? All right. So in so many cases, when we talk about having the resources for people just to understand what they should do, and even like how to go to school without incurring debt. For those of you that have, students or people that are getting ready to pursue larger degrees, if you didn't know, you can, if you haven't already done the scholarships for the undergrad, that's one thing. But if you're interested in doing a graduate degree or a PhD degree, you have everything from becoming a graduate research assistant, a graduate teaching assistant, a student assistant, where you're clocking in maybe 10 to 15 hours a week. You're getting a stipend, but your entire degree is paid for. And those degrees are often way more expensive than doing undergrad, but it's some of those things and resources that we're talking about just being able to share so people have the knowledge of what's possible, so they're not so worried about incurring debt. Because if you don't know what you want to pursue, school's a safe place to build the relationships, start building the skill sets, start having everything there. And that's from someone that has done undergrad, grad school, but has also only done business my entire professional degree. But I don't regret any of it because of the relationships and things that I built and the things that I learned along the way. All right, let's get on with the questions. Let's hear, yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening, all.
Good evening.
Yeah, I think I want to make more of a comment, on what the panelists have just presented. I think education is not everything. That's higher education is not everything, but it's very, very valuable in the sense that when you, whatever it is you want to do, whatever skill you have, you will do it much, much better with a basic foundational education. So, for example, I know a few people back in Nigeria. In fact, there's a medical doctor who was a sister, Emovo, who went to school, who went to college for medicine, but in the end she became a fashion designer. You can see how different they are. And she, she did so well. She was at the top. She cannot be intimidated by anybody. She can take it to any level. But if you don't have that basic education, chances are that you will be intimidated. That's number one. Then something I think we could invest in a lot is technical education. It brings me to what the King just told us here and the challenge he threw out. Technical education is the bane of our problems in Nigeria. Because for whatever reason, most people were channeled to go to college, doctor this, doctor that. But if you look at several developed countries, the people that actually build the nation are the middle level people, and that is what is very lacking in our system, in the Niger Delta, as well as the whole of Nigeria, whereby, like the bricklayer, the masons, the carpenters, if you look at what they do here, the kind of work they do here, compared to what our technical people do at home, because they weren't trained. A lot of them, several years ago, they used to have like City and Guild and all that. All of that has been wiped out. So you have people who are semi-baked, at best, cut and nail, that's the better word, that are, building our nation. Where are we going to get to? If you enter some buses in Nigeria, the nail will tear your pants. They don't even know how to, So we need to raise that level of education, whereby whatever the products that we bring out, we'll be able to compete in China, in America, in Russia, anywhere. So I think that challenge by the King, we should fill it with a well-rounded technical education. Thank you.
Yeah, I think those are two very amazing points, and I think even as something the panel will agree with, and it actually goes back to something that Deacon Chris said earlier about building the infrastructure and not wasting the money once you do make it, right? Because when we talk about people that are doing some of the technical jobs, I think the only thing in mind is about the economic mobility and making sure they're making the wages that they have the ability, and also maybe the ability to breathe after working crazy hours, that they can focus on doing something outside of it. And even when it comes to like the young lady you discussed that was a physician that went over to doing to fashion, I think she's in one of what we call the talented 10th. And when people are in the talented 10th, it really doesn't matter what they put their hands on. They're going to go and be amazing. But making sure that we're making sure we're not leaving the students or the other people behind that are in those middle places or that maybe don't have the mental aptitude where they can immediately switch from, because that's impressive going from being a doctor to a fashion designer. But you have to be a talented 10th in order to do that. But I agree with you. Education is not anything that we should ever disregard. Is just more so the aspect of let's bring on the resources, like we're saying, to make it possible in a way that's sustainable for everyone to not only live, but then also to grow throughout that. But yes, I love the comments. I wholeheartly agree. Okay, looks like we got another one in the back. Yes.
We have this gentleman here and that gentleman here.
Okay, yep.
And I just want to, and
it's
Sister Perpetua and then that brother. Just please keep your questions short, because we have another panel and we have another presenter after this. So please keep them short. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Mine is more of an observation. The effect of mentorship. The average teenager in Nigeria, his role model, unfortunately, is a politician or a community leader. There's no incentive for him to become a doctor or an engineer. You're there, you don't have any money. You can't influence anybody. And the doctors and the professionals are leaving the place. So you have more of the uneducated taking up positions. And they determine what happens in society. So the younger ones say, education is a scam. There's no need going to school. They see it in the reflection of the choice of leaders that are on us, and there's no encouragement. The people that have the brains are leaving, and that's what it is. So if there's no mentorship in the equation, it's not going to work.
And then I think in comments to that, then that just means that's the charge of the people in this room to come together and create the pipelines of showing this is what you can do, where you can go and lead a company in IT for 20 years, or create a university, or create a business not only here, but do things in education. That's where I think the rooms like this is where we get to come together and decide we can change and move the needle as far as what people see as possible, and also seeing some of the benefits of those things on the other side. Yes, Deacon Chris, yes.
Good day, everyone.
Hello.
I just want to add to a few of the comments that have been made. First and foremost, you have a child that is just coming out from school. How rational can it be to trade in the 21st century? I'll tell you, have you encountered a young man that arrived in money without much enterprise? He got into the internet and picked up a few things and it's money. Have you encountered one of those? You see, we must understand the place of formal education. What is education? Education is the mind is trained. You go through a process. And you are trained. And when you are faced with situation, you can deal with it. But if you say, okay, formal education is not necessary, you don't think education is scam, we're missing the point. That's where things are going wrong. If you can afford formal education, please do. But that doesn't mean that, you don't have, the place for the middle cadre people who are artisans. They have their place. But please, by all means, it's important to have a formal education. Formal education means the individual is trained, a total man. You see him or her, then they are ready to trade and to do business. And it doesn't get into their head. It doesn't. But if you encounter, so much wealth without much enterprise, it had its own disadvantage. I think the place of formal education should not be downplayed. Thank you.
Okay, we have two more questions, and then we're going to wrap up the questions. We have to move forward. Sister Perpetua.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I'm going to talk about the skills that we talked about, apart from formal education. I just got back from Nigeria, where the Nigerian NIDO, went to train students. We trained about 600 youths in Abeokuta and in Abuja in ICT. And this is it's a 1-week program, at the end of which they should be able to use their skills to get jobs, to get placements in organizations. And one other thing we talked about was them being able to get jobs in call centers. We know that a lot of companies here in the US use call centers, use people in India. So what we're trying to do is to organize companies here to use those youths that we have trained in Nigeria to get jobs. They don't have to leave Nigeria. They can stay in Nigeria and earn money in Nigeria with the training that they have received. So that's a great project that we have. And I think if we can do this in the Niger Delta, train youths in Niger Delta, ICT, get them jobs in call centers with, link them with organizations here, both in the US, UK, companies, then we have achieved quite a lot. And I saw that I was in Abeokuta and I was in Abuja. These youths were so excited. It was free. They didn't have to pay for it. We trained them for 1 week. We fed them. They transported. We did everything for them, both in 300 in Abeokuta, 300 in Abuja. So imagine doing this in the Niger Delta. I think we should concentrate and do this and not just talk about, yes. So we should. Yes, please. So we should also focus on giving them the skills, ICT skills, and get them jobs from here, the US and UK. Thank you.
I would like to add to what she just said. It's very vital. One of the advantages we have in Nigeria is that we speak English. India has lots of dialects, and they have to learn English. They have to learn American English to be able to interact when they do the call centers. That's our natural advantage. We speak English, and we speak it very well. In addition to that, the time zone, it works on our side as well. So rather than have people in the US call at night to be able to talk to the teams in India, because we're still kind of pretty close, we could actually have them interact or have meetings like in the afternoon and be able to talk to somebody in Nigeria. These are advantages that we have, but it's all about just developing the skills, capacity planning, making sure that we have access, again, like I said, internet and electricity. Imagine if we have companies setting up call centers in Nigeria, especially in the Niger Delta region. It will change a whole lot of stuff. Imagine if we have coders who are specialized in programming. There will not be a need to outsource to India, to Portugal, or to Latin America, because they could clearly give us the requirements. We understand English. We're able to reason, come up with the design, and build it. And the cost will probably be less until we actually build that capability to actually stand and compete with the rest of the world. So I just want to add to that. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Good day, all.
Good evening.
Yeah. Well, I came in late, but I think I have some input to make as regards to the topic in question. We all spoke about formal education, technical education, which is technical, like talk about the artisans and all that. But we forgot about the key word. The mindset of the youth we've got in Nigeria now is all about making money. We lack integrity. We don't put a room for integrity. Even the doctors, the lawyers, the engineers, they lack integrity. And that's one factor that is very pertinent in growth. Why the youth these days in Nigeria, to be precise, is all about looking at the criminals who have leading us. I use the word criminal because what they do and what they impress the nation with, or the leaders, apart from the ones at the helm of affairs, you find out the youths are looking at money making. They don't care about integrity. Whether they kill someone to make the money, nobody cares. Okay? So the issue of integrity should be included in all the aspects. The formal education, what do you know about integrity? Let your word stand. If you give an average artisan money, the average one, and to go and do a job for you, 60% or 70% run away with that money because they just want to make money. Nothing happens because our leaders don't know the impact of what they are doing. Even the community leader giving money for the youths to pay for school fees. He will pocket himself. So the mindset should change. Accumulating all the wealth, where are you taking to? I'm a lawyer, but I run a company. I'm into equipment. I don't practice law because of what? Integrity. You have a brief to appear in court, and the senior counsel will tell you a Supreme Court judge is interested in this matter. Withdraw your application. So what courage can you proceed with? A man who has studied law, he want to make a good impact in his profession, and somebody would just tell you, withdraw your application because somebody is interested. If not, that you'll be used a long hammer on. I was trying to have a just mind. But because of characters that does not look at integrity, they look at integrity as something that does not matter, but very pertinent. So this area I want to just add to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would like to contribute to that. That was a very powerful one because I am big on mindset. Because mindset development helped me transition from a shy person to a public speaker. It helped me transition from an ordinary immigrant to a university founder. So mindset is basically everything. If you ask me, in my opinion, it's better for someone, for the younger ones, to sign up in programs that are deeply rooted in mindset development or personal development than to even focus on technology right now, because those people who are doing the technology, they are there. But you see, the mindset is everything. It is the mindset that makes you know your values. It is the mindset that helps us know who we are, why we're on earth, where we are from, what we can do, and where we're going. Those were the 5 questions that I answered that changed my life. The first one is, it helps you know who you are. So you need to ask yourself, who am I? Where am I from? Why am I on earth? What can I do? And where am I going? Not until we have schools, institutions that can teach people the answers to those questions. Even if you set up a hospital here today, in 1 year, it will be dead. If you set up a technology school, in 1 year, it will fold up. Because a lot of people don't know who they are, where they are from. When I say where they are from, not from their villages or their country, why they're on earth, what they can do, and where they're going. So let's invest more in personal development, mindset development. A lot of people don't know about it. I'm telling you, a lot of people don't know there are schools that are focused on personal development. A lot of them. They call them leadership schools. They call them mindset schools. But we don't have that. If we can invest in that, it will be good.
Okay, all right. We only got time for one more question here. Then we got one on the board, and then we actually got to cut it short. So go ahead with Seth. Go ahead.
I wanted to just thank the panel and thank you, Philip. And I wanted to just take a moment to say Philip was going to be a panelist. We asked him to be a moderator, but he didn't have an opportunity to essentially introduce himself and discuss his own credentials. And I would like him, for the benefit of the room, for the follow-up that we're all going to engage in, if you don't mind, take a couple minutes to talk about not just yourself. I know your mother, and you come from a pedigree of educators, and I think that it would be in everyone's best interest to hear a bit about you as well.
Sure, why not? So good evening, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Philip Karaya. I am a serial entrepreneur based here in Atlanta. My family immigrated from Kenya about 30 some odd years ago. I've completed undergrad and grad school at Georgia State. I also taught there as a graduate professor for a little bit. Professionally, I spent a lot of time doing business, everything from investing in real estate development, deals anywhere between 0 to like $8 million. I've done flips, I've done Section 8 housing, I've done acquisitions of companies, I've sat as CFO for a technology company that we scaled to a couple $1 million. I spent time working internationally with the U.S. to Africa Chamber of Commerce. We opened up an Atlanta chapter that's based here. I've held international events. I've held events with 5,000 plus people. I've done hundreds of speaking engagements. But, you know, I love the aspect of no less than a king, no greater than a servant. So even when we're here and we're called to serve, it's not about, you know,
being here and talking about everything that I've done, but more so about what can we do to better the community in general. So it's an honor and a pleasure to be here and share times with you all. But yeah, more than happy to talk a lot about investing, infrastructure, and a lot of things in between. I spend time both here and investing overseas. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff we can talk about. So yeah, that's a quick snippet. What's up?
Are you 25 as yet?
I'm 28.
Oh, okay, all right. Tell a lot, my man.
All right, so let's dive into one of the last things that I thought was very interesting, because we hear a lot of stuff about technology, especially with AI. So question that I want to get all of you all's insight on. So, but with anyway, my question is about AI and ChatGPT influence in modern education. Does everyone know what ChatGPT is? Okay, great. All right. With ChatGPT, how is our educational institutions going to handle the challenges of artificial persons versus the natural brain? And I think I'll add on to that as far as your insights on students and even professionals now and their ability to critically think. Because now we're seeing so often, people were using Google for that before. Quickly, you just want to Google something. But now you can ask ChatGPT to write you a book, to write a dissertation. It can pass the bar exam. It won't be too far before it can get past the MCAT. It can pass the LSAT. So it's getting to the point that it is vastly intelligent, can pull knowledge, it doesn't need to sleep. What are you guys' thoughts and sights on where you see education changing?
Well, that's a good question. And it is of concern because, first of all, I think the level to which we engage or activate the neurons has reduced, and now with the invention of ChatGPT, we just have to be have to be very proactive, because they say if you are not proactive, you become reactive. Right now, it's going to impact negatively the ability for the younger generation to engage the neurons, to activate those neurons, to utilize them. Because everything they want to do now, they'll go to ChatGPT. So it's going to be very, very, very challenging. But we still need to do our very best to, on our own, as parents, as guardians, as mentors, to constantly remind the people in our community, in our households, about the importance of, first of all, trying before going to ChatGPT. It's going to do a whole lot. But those who have already started using it, they see all the benefits right now. Imagine a child who would no longer need to think about what a word means, or who would no longer need to think critically. So it is a major challenge, but like in our institution, we still encourage the traditional way of study. We're making it mandatory. People are still going to read books, textbooks, because there is a difference reading the hard copy and looking at it on the screen. So we are enforcing those same traditional values, but ChatGPT is going to do, should I use the word damage? Is it okay to use that word? It will impact the educational sector negatively, especially the younger ones coming up.
ChatGPT. Generative AI like ChatGPT, to your point, it could be disastrous, especially for a young mind, especially when they come to rely totally on it. Although I'm a technologist, I also do believe that we should not rely totally on technology. You still need to know how to use things. When the calculator first came out, people, rather than use the times table, as Nigerians, we learned how to use the times table, and you could easily tell 2 times 10, 20 times 20. You could do that off the top of your head. When the calculator came out, and a lot of people who are dependent on calculators, guess what? You kind of lose those skills over time. When you rely totally on technology, when that technology is not available, then you're lost. Can you imagine CrowdStrike, when it happened last week, it basically brought a lot of things to its knees. People who are relying totally on Google searches or ChatGPT, if such a thing happened, then you're lost. It's a challenge even for universities here in the West, because now you do have, they're coming up with systems to try to detect if ChatGPT was used in writing essays. So it's going to be a constant issue that we're going to see over time. Within the industry itself, especially in technology, especially when it comes to software development, companies are leveraging ChatGPT in a co-pilot type of role where it's more supportive. But it still takes a technology expert to be able to see whatever is generated through ChatGPT to see if it's true and to remove the components in it that's not right. Because a lot of times it does generate a lot more verbose stuff, but it takes an expert to be able to see what's generated and see what's right or what needs to be tweaked out of it. If you don't know what is not right, you're going to copy it verbatim and paste it in. So it still requires you to know it for yourself before you use it in a supportive capacity. But to your point, for the young individuals or the young mind, if they're just to use ChatGPT just by itself, it could be disastrous. Thank you.
All I'm going to say is for those of us who are from this age, I'm grateful we're still here using our brain. So by the time we get to that age when they no longer think, use their brain, all we want to do is push a button and let this be done and that, only God knows what's going to happen. So I'm in agreement with you. The disadvantage sort of outweigh the advantage when you look at it. Just to quickly say, even when the little kids that I have come to me and they can type their names on mommy's phone, they use mommy's phone, they type their name, no problem. And then when you give them a piece of paper to write this same name, they can't write it. So it will get to a point when none of this will be happening, and then when there's something like we just saw now, everybody's looking. I had to pull myself back to commit to memory my husband's cell phone number, my daughter's cell phone number, just in case you lose your phone, and then you are somewhere you need to call somebody. There are people that can't even do that at this time. They don't have no number. They can't even remember. So if we would just depend solely on this here and Snapchat or whatever they call it, GP, whatever they call it, a time will come when all of us will be like zombies. That's what I just see. And so we need to be careful about that and kind of be mindful as we work. And thank you for your university that is still holding on. Hope some other institutions are holding on to that so that we can have this for a little bit of time. Thank you.
Yeah, I got one question, maybe a quick comment and a question. I just want to mention something about this ChatGPT thing. And ChatGPT is an assistant. It doesn't do the work for you. It's like having a personal assistant. You ask it and it tells you. So that's just a quick one. The first thing I want to say about that is that the educational framework is changing, and we need to change with it. AI is not going to go away. It's here to stay. Whether I like it or not, whether I think is easy or weaker, but we have to change our educational framework to adapt to the changes. Like 10, 20 years ago, there wasn't internet, but now nobody can work. So our education system needs to change, but that's not what I wanted to ask. The question I want to ask is something that is very pertinent to my heart. Thank you, sir. And it's all about children and languages, right? The Niger Delta has about 40 different languages, and most of these languages are going out because we don't speak them. We, the parents, don't speak the languages to the children, and it's going. And it will be a travesty if this language go out of existence. So the question from me is, how are you incorporating our local languages, teaching our children our local languages, even in the diaspora, because it's even more pertinent to teach these kids our local languages, our dialects, we can't allow them to get extinct. So I just want to know, how are you incorporating all this in teaching young children? And are we going to allow these languages go out of extinct? Thank you.
All right. Who wants to tackle that? We do got to keep it short, but whoever wants to tackle that, by all means.
For example, I have a friend who he owns a software company where the software teaches 3 languages, Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba. I wasn't paid to do any advert here. Well, I don't know if I am permitted to advertise. I wasn't paid. I wasn't paid. No problem for that. So there are so many applications out there that we can look out for, and there are so many tutors who, when you pay them, they can teach your children. But it has to do with priority. What's your priority? For example, I grew up in Benin. My parents are Esa. I'm Esa as well. But we grew up in Benin, and we grew up speaking English. So I'm one of those sports kids. So there was nothing for me to even transfer to to my kids. So it's bad enough. So I'm guilty of that. But there are apps. If we prioritize things like that, there are apps we can use. IT has made that easy for us to utilize. So that's my suggestion. There are so many apps out there. You understand?
I too I'm like him. At the time, I didn't see the need to pick up the local language. And I basically, looking back, I wish I did. So now, even with my son, we're making a conscious effort to try to have him at least start speaking. So it goes back to what he said about priorities. It all depends on each individual's priority. It is important for these languages to be passed on from generation to generation. And through technology, we have apps available to make that happen. Thank you.
Now that we're saying it's priority, we've all been in agreement that we need to do something back home. So let's be in agreement that we're going to all try to make it a priority. Because, believe me, your children understand. Whenever you're speaking to them or saying to them, they understand. So whatever you can speak, whatever part of that language you have. And for Delta, I think we're already in the Urobo area. They already have the Urobo curriculum. I don't know if they are implementing it or not. So for our children in diaspora, it is good for us to continue to help them to understand that they have a language. And sometimes you can talk secretly to your kid outside and nobody knows what you're saying. And there's a feeling to it. I raised my kids speaking my language anyway, so even they're here, they still speak the language. So if I say to them, that's what I'm saying, let's all say we're going to prioritize it and do it. If I pick the phone and I say, how are you today? They know it's English day. They will speak English. But if I say, Mavo, Magani, God bless you if you change it and begin to speak English, because I will take you back to that language. So let's not just say, let's say we will try. Every one of us here begin to do, especially if you name your child, there's a set of parents that I have problem with. You don't want to speak the language to your child, then you are giving the child a Yoruba name. So when I hear you say Adefunke, I just say, oh, it's a Yoruba, and I say, Abawoni. And then the child begins to look at me like, what's wrong with her? What's she talking about? So you make that child miserable, because the child will think I'm upset with her for whatever reason, but I was only just assuming that because you are Defunke, you are more Yoruba, and I say Bawoni Showa. That kind of a thing. So let's try and work on that. And then we can take it back to our educators back home too.
All right, let's give our awesome panelists a hand. And then we'll be passing it back to our great MC. Thank you all so much. All right.
Thank you all so much. Another round of applause for our panel and moderator. All right, thank you so much. So we're going to queue up Dr. Michael Paulus. The online question? Okay. All right. Before Dr. Paulus, we have an online question. Where's the online question coming from? Who has the online question? Yeah, but I don't. Is she going to talk? She's going. Okay. All right. And then we'll have Dr. Paulus.
The national president of NDPM North America. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for attending this conference. I've been here for the past 2 days. I listened to one of the last speakers, and he was talking about the development of the mind, which is very important. Because when you look at our region, as you have all noted or stated during this conference, we have a lot of young youths and adults just roaming around the place. They are agitated, and people are using them for their own evil purposes, fighting and disrupting the peace of our region. We need to do a lot of work, each one of us. We have to think about those children and think how to redirect their focus back to things very creative, so things very good for our community. So that's where we would have to start from. Our generation or generation before us may have failed in certain areas, but we cannot allow the children coming after us to fail. I heard the speech of the king that came from Delta State. Thank you. He said he's going to bring more people when he comes next time. So as it goes on, this is going to be a collaborative effort of all the kings in our region, the 6 states, the states that make the Niger Delta, and other people, to ensure that we invest in the lives of these young children roaming around the place. Niger Delta, they're always fighting, burning, and killing one another over tribal differences. And we intermarry all the time. We are the same people, and we must be united. We have to go back home and make up our minds to redirect the focus of our children. That's what I want to say. As I stated earlier on, I am the national president of this group. Unfortunately, I'm not with you in Atlanta, but I've been here for the past 2 days listening to everything happening. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, Mr. Thompson, and all the moderators, all who have come on to say one thing or the other. We say thank you so very much for your interest in our region. And I wish you all joining mercies back home. We are going back to your various destinations. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. And now we have Dr. Paulus.
Thank you. While I'm waiting for the presentation to be queued up, I just want to introduce myself. I want to thank all of the distinguished guests here being present today. I really appreciate having the opportunity to speak to you today. So my talk today is going to be about clean energy. And usually when I start talking about this subject, most people, they give me strange looks. But it's important for us to understand a couple of things, right? But before I start into the core of my presentation today, I want you to repeat 4 key words, well, 3 words and 1 phrase, okay? Develop. Disrupt. Diversify. And don't be afraid. Okay? That's going to be important, okay? Why am I asking you to do this? When you're talking about clean energy, there are detractors here in our orbit, in this world, who basically feel as though climate change is not an issue. So we are in a state right now where the planet is in crisis, okay? We have carbon deposits being sent into the air. It's disrupting people's lives. It's disrupting communities. It's causing health issues. And for those reasons, we have to really pay attention to what's going on in our communities. I was born in the United States Virgin Islands, a very small island in the Eastern Caribbean, okay? And as a child growing up, we were the 6th largest exporter of sugarcane. The island was covered in sugarcane. However, one of the big oil companies, Hess Oil, moved to the territory, sold the government a nice, pretty deal, and they put up the largest oil refinery in the Western Hemisphere. We were capable of producing 68,000 barrels of crude per day export. However, in the process, we, as a small territory, a part of the United States, unfortunately, our gas prices, although they were set by an exchange, were still 100% higher than it was in the mainland. Why should that be? If you're taking crude and you're processing crude, and we have availability to the gas, why should we be paying more? So anyway, the sugarcane business basically went away. Now, as they put up the refinery, we started seeing health challenges and a whole bunch of different things. One of the byproducts of the refinery was benzene, which is used in the process, right? And is very expensive to dispose of. So what ended up happening was the resources or the leadership at the refinery, they would take the benzene, put it on 55-gallon drums, take it out to sea, and dump it. So our pristine beaches were gone. We don't have coral growing anymore, and on any given afternoon, you will see a barrage of dead fish just rolling up on the coastline. That's the price that we paid for allowing a big conglomerate to move into the area. Okay, so, and there's stories like that, I'm sure, all across this world. And that's why we are talking about clean energy today, okay? Now, when it comes to green energy, understand something, okay? The spend in green energy projects, all right, through 2023 was $19 trillion. It's expected to hit $33 trillion by 2026. Okay, this is nothing to sneeze at. Everyone sees that this is a problem, and we have to address it sooner rather than later. Are you guys hearing me okay? Yeah. Okay, all right, so we're going to develop, we're going to disrupt, diversify, and we're not going to be afraid. Next slide, please. Okay, so I understand the core problems. We're talking about the need for eliminating gas flaring, producing energy, increasing construction, transportation, improving security, creating entrepreneurship opportunities. Now, the question is, what if I told you that there was a solution to this problem using one single integrated solution? Okay, would most of you believe me? Nah. I'm going to show you, okay? All right, next slide, please. Okay, so I work with a team of scientists, and what they have come up with is a way by which we can now take waste as a feedstock. And instead of allowing the methane pollutants to go into the atmosphere, you can take that methane, process it through a device, and produce two durable goods. Clean hydrogen, the most abundant element in the planet, and clean carbon. It's a circular business ecosystem, okay? So what that does, and I'm going to explain it to you on the next slide, please. So the way we do that is through a device called a hydrocarbon splitter. So if you look at waste as it currently exists in landfills, you will see that over the course of our lives, waste is abundant. We throw things away. You're talking about plastic bottles, agricultural waste, food waste, all of these things go into a landfill. And what happens over time, it emits a smell. That smell is methane. It's awful. Nobody likes it. However, that methane gas can be harvested and turned into economic benefit. Now, currently, in a typical landfill gas system, what you have is the landfill moving towards a moisture separator that will then go to a hydrogen removal system, and then you see your gas flares, the things that you're trying to eliminate, okay? And then from there, they use that methane to go to generating systems, generators, to produce the electricity and so on and so forth, okay? However, the methane emissions coming from the landfill pollute the atmosphere. In addition to that, gas flaring is not going to help at all, okay? Those are carbon emissions into the atmosphere as well. So why don't you use hydrogen as a fuel? It is clean. What comes out is vapor. And that's what we have proposed here. Now, this is not new technology. It is old, okay? It's over 20 years old. And I have the privilege of working with the scientists that actually created this. So what does it mean for your region? If you have, next slide, please. If you have distributed waste management, it means that you can now go to those landfills, you can extract the methane, run it through a splitter, produce 2 durable goods. Okay? So we talked about hydrogen fuel for clean energy. Let me talk about the carbon side for just a moment. Carbon, you're taking a black item, you're incinerating most of those items, and doing so in such a way that you now have the ability to produce durable goods. Several decades ago, a company called Motorola developed a product called ABS plastic. And I was working in an industry one time, and I had to, as a part of my work, carry around a walkie-talkie. And a walkie-talkie was made from ABS plastic. So I just happened to be at a pretty high building looking over the end, and I dropped the walkie-talkie, and it hit the ground. I went down, I got the walkie-talkie, and it still worked. The plastic did not break. Okay? So the carbon material that we are talking about today, that extract is going to be used in what's called carbon fiber. Carbon fiber is stronger than steel. Okay? So that carbon fiber material can be used in roofing, asphalt, concretes, for engine generation, for the wind blades that are currently being used by some of the wind generators, and a whole host of other areas. So what we are doing here is we're talking about a circular economy. That byproduct from clean energy, that carbon, can be used in every major industry. It's being used in automotive today. They're making lighter vehicles, okay? So you combine a lightweight carbon fiber with a hydrogen-powered vehicle, and you're off to the races, okay? However, there are a couple of things that we have to discuss as a part of this conversation. For a clean energy economy to survive, you must have 5 things. You must have a political climate where climate change is acknowledged, okay? You must have good information, good reliable information. You must have reasonable costs to implement, and you must also have a workforce to work in that industry, and you must also have funding to take advantage of these things, right? So where we stand today is that globally there's an acceleration to ensure that we actually have all of those components in place. But the toughest part is getting past number 1. And that's because you have governments, different people that basically feel as though it's not an issue. And why do I say that? Let me just take this home state of Georgia for just a moment, okay? We have a big battery migration to this state. It's the best state to do business. We heard that yesterday. It is. So we gave incentives to the battery manufacturers to come to the United States, set up their battery factories, okay? And they're supposed to be putting those in electric vehicles. Here's the problem. Most electric vehicles are not affordable. So the cost to implement is detracting from our ability to execute. But in addition to that, we could use existing infrastructure, take that same hydrogen fuel with a patented technology made here in the United States, and we could take our existing automobiles and actually put them back on the roads with a retrofit that'll cost less than $1,000. Okay? Now, here's the other political side of things. Okay? Oil-rich nations do not like this. So what do? They block funding sometimes. So we have to make alternative paths to receiving funding so that we can actually get this technology and move it forward. Okay? So next slide, please. But anyway, long story short, we were talking about implementing this technology. It's going to be through a series of microgrids, and for those reasons, we actually have a couple of demonstrations here about how waste-to-energy technology actually works. It's actually being done today. So this is a small demonstration facility that actually has both CO2 and hydrogen being produced. But in addition to that, here's something very interesting. The cash crop in this image is algae. Algae, an acre of algae, can pull down more CO2 out of the atmosphere than most 100-acre forests. Now, in addition to that, that raceway, the algae that grows on that raceway, can be harvested up to 10 times per year. It's a cash crop. So if we could teach farmers now to grow algae, okay? They now have another cash crop that grows. You don't have to wait for the season to replicate. Every 4 or 5 weeks, you harvest algae. And we will buy it, and we'll make good, durable carbon products, clean carbon products, and we will use biodigesters to also produce clean hydrogen and other biofuels. Okay? There was a company several years ago called Solazyme, and they basically made all of their products out of algae. Okay? So this is very helpful for us. But what I want to convey more than anything else today, and some of these themes you guys have already, you can switch to the next slide. Some of these themes you guys have already talked about. So we're looking at getting you in a position where you are energy independent. In that process, we want to ensure that we can draw down CO2 and not create a problem for someone else. Okay? And then in addition to that, we can actually create green jobs as a result. That carbon products industry is huge. It's very big. So instead of, where's Phil? He left? Okay, so Phil was talking about the talented 10th. And Booker T. Washington always talked about us being industrialists, okay? And getting to the point where we actually own industries. That carbon fiber, instead of repairing the ships, let's make the ships, okay? Instead of fixing the cars, let's make the cars. All those automobile parts. Aviation, aerospace, every industry imaginable. And that's how you create a circular economy. And it could be green, and you're not polluting the planet in the process. Okay? I was just name dropping you. The funny thing, you know what? I got to say something about Phil real quick. So him and I were in a conference several years ago, and I was talking about the same subject. And we were talking about workforce development and people skills needed to work in green energy. In the United States, we have 18 million positions in green energy. We do not have enough people to fill those positions. So the curriculum has to change with the jobs of the future. We must have an educational labor pathway. But anyway, I was talking about education and why we need, people going to college and getting degrees, and engineers and scientists and mathematicians, right? And tell me if I'm lying. So the one person in the audience said, Guy, you are really talking about disrupting the global fuel delivery system. What's going to stop somebody from taking you out? And the whole room went silent. And I had to sit and pause for a minute. But I'm going to tell you what. I'm not afraid. I will do this until my dying day. Yes, okay? Because of what my people endured in the Caribbean. But I know you guys have the will and the power and the economic structure to make things happen. Okay? So, all right, we're going to be talking about this for time to come. This is a lot to go through, and I only have a limited period of time. But just understand that to be classified really as a green economy, you have to have a few things. All right, thank you. Yeah. Yes, thank you. To have a green economy requires that you be cognizant of people, planet, and prosperity. It's called a triple bottom line economics. Okay? Now, it is also important for us to recognize that we're going to have barriers to entering into this stage. But understand one thing. We just talked about AI a minute ago. There are good uses for it. My dissertation was on the threat weakness strategic matrix to replace SWOT. And the reason I did that was because with AI, we would have been better at forecasting a global pandemic. Because what we do with a SWOT analysis is we leave it to our own vestiges in some cases. Some of the research will prove that we have viability. However, we have to use it wisely to forecast other potential threats. Okay, so more about that a little bit later on. But anyway, we can wrap this up now. I'm not going to keep you guys any longer. But just think about one more thing. All that glitters is not green. Okay? Yes. All that glitters is not green. Okay? So lithium that is used in EVs, electric vehicles. I hope none of you guys own electric vehicles. But anyway, lithium, they mine that lithium in farmland, vast lands in other parts of the world, South America in particular. And it takes 70,000 liters of brine to bring a ton of lithium to the surface. It sits in a drying state. The groundwater runoff from that lithium is killing off livestock, and it's impacting agriculture. It's not really green, okay? But we also have to be prepared for two things in this green economy, okay? EV, it's not going away anytime soon. AI, data centers, everybody and their uncle, they are building them left and right. And they're energy intensive. Energy intensive, very energy intensive. So we have to be able to forecast adequately the demand for energy and make sure we have a diversified strategy so that we do not go out there and make things more difficult on ourselves. Okay? Do not follow, lead. And I yield back. Thank you very much. Q&A.
Okay, another round of applause for Dr. Michael Paulus.
I don't want to stay up. I'm going to just put it here. It's a little anemic.
All right, good. So next, we will invite Chief Ralph Dimmer to the floor.
Thank you. Good evening once again. My name is Chief Ukagbari Ralph Dema. The Ralph is my middle name. My given name is Okagbari. But those days when we were growing up, it was very fanciful to have an English name. Actually, a Catholic name. So I kind of like swapped the names. I put Raf in front and Okagbari. Now I switch it back. So, right. So I'm just going to make a few comments because I was not originally billed to make a presentation, but a lot of useful presentations were made. And I'm just going to touch on a few of them and present my thoughts. I want to start with an example of business venture in back in the Niger Delta. I had a plan, or I had a business plan to go into advertising, state advertising in Delta State particularly. And I spoke with some of the government officials. It was kind of like a build, operate, and transfer. It was a kind of business where the government really doesn't have to bring any financing, you know, like it was like you advertise in buses, on billboards, on signposts throughout the state, at the same time using some of the billboards as for road instructions, you know, like this amount of kilometers to this town, etc., etc. And the other side of the billboard will be an advertising message that the government just needs to sign an arrangement or an agreement whereby they give you exclusive rights. But they were, you know, they were not interested in the sense that they were looking for things where they could benefit directly. So what I'm trying to say here is that that kind of a business, you know, you bring in a business from diaspora that you can just get the right to run the business. It will go very well because people there really don't, I won't say everybody there, but such a business will not get too much of a challenge. Now, something else, Deacon Chris mentioned a lot of opportunities. I was very excited by so many opportunities that are possible in the Niger Delta. But it doesn't have to be large money opportunities. You could start small. Himself, he said he started small. He stated how his first 1 million or so, he put everything into something else. Yours doesn't even have to be $1 million. You know, there are so many industries, you know, even cottage industries. There are some of them here that I have looked at. For example, private security. How can you function in the Nigerian environment? I had a discussion with a retired general from Kwale. And I said, you know, you could start with things like the home securities that they have here, where if somebody breaks into your house, the alarm will ring in the office of the company that has that device. That company automatically will inform police. They need that in Nigeria. There's no 911. So if there is a situation where you are able to set up a system where something happens and there is a central body, which is the 911, that person will call, and then you can alert whichever, maybe the police, maybe the army, whichever people you made arrangements with, to respond to that emergency. I think that could go a long way. So those kind of smaller businesses that you can handle will be of great value. And something else that I wanted to talk about, which is to do with okay. In Atlanta, you people that live here can correct me if I'm wrong. When Andrew Young was the mayor, from what I learned, that he made Atlanta so attractive all over the world. I don't know, are there any people here who have spent many years in Atlanta? Any people? Yeah, you're probably familiar with the story I'm talking about. So when a Japanese company wanted to set up a business here, they went to New York, they had bottlenecks. They went to other places, they had bottlenecks. So somebody told them, go to Atlanta. The environment is very conducive. The mayor is very receptive. And truly, when he spoke with the mayor, before something that he's been trying to do in about 6 months to a year, before he was able to to provide a location for the business, and that is where they set up the company. So the environment is very important. That somebody who wants to set up a business in the Niger Delta, the political people were here to there has to be somebody to be able to take that project or to take that information from one stage to the other. So that if you take a business, who can you contact in that place that will be receptive or that will not steal the idea and make it theirs, and then they will eventually destroy it. So I think that's a structure we need to set up in Nigeria. Then finally, I want to talk on taking the business to Nigeria. First of all, you have to have a plan. You have to after hatching the plan, you have to explore the steps and the process you need to bring it into fruition. So right now, a lot of the things we're saying here, like many people said, should not end in talk. What are the tangible things we could take out of this? Is there an area you're interested in? There are people here who you can talk to, and they could guide you to make that thought or that idea into deliverables. So that's that will be my conclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, so we're going to have our final speaker for the day. How are you all feeling so far about day 2? Feeling great? Now I think we lost some energy. How are you feeling about day 2? You feel great? How are you feeling about the entire 2 days? Do you feel that we are finally going to accomplish something after this summit? Yes. And you know, thank you. And you know, it's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us, because there's an exercise that we're not going to get to because of time, but we're going to be discussing how we break individuals into groups, into committees, so this way we can have the follow through and move the action forward. And then when we do that, we're going to get everybody back together, because we're going to create the action plans and make the engagement and the connections that we discussed about, that we discussed for these past 2 days. And I think what we're going to move towards, and tell me if you like this idea, the Niger Delta 2050 Economic Plan. I don't think you like it. I don't think you like it. Niger Delta 2050 Economic Plan. Remember yesterday when I spoke, I mentioned what Bahrain is doing with their 2030 plan and all the plans that the other countries have built their economies on? I think that the vision is really to build the Niger Delta off of an economic development plan for revitalization, economic development, and transformation. Right? Remember that? All right. So I am going to bring my brother Ejiro in energy. Ejiro in energy. I feel like we need some music, man, to bring our brother up. I think we need some music to bring our brother up. All right. No music. He's a bit shy. But I can tell you, man, over the last 6 months, I met Ejiro at the AGM, and I was asked to speak. I was the keynote speaker at the AGM. Hey! All right. I met him at the AGM, and you know, I made a keynote speech, and from that, we spoke following that event, and it really gave birth to what we have enjoyed these last 2 days, and that's the Niger Delta Business Summit. And I just say it has been a wonderful experience working with Ejiro and Elma and the Niger Delta People's Movement, and I thank them for getting me involved with this initiative. So I just want to turn it over now to Brother Ejiro.
Thank you for the awesome introduction. Good evening once more again, everyone. I know it's been a long day. It's almost 8 hours. We cannot pay you all for your time today. That was a full day's job that we've done here today. So you all are awesome. I see the passion in the room. I see the energy in the room. So we have to transfer this energy into action. This is the first stage of action. So I want to talk about our environment, the protection of our environment in the Niger Delta, because a lot of presentation has been made here since yesterday talking about extraction of our minerals and gas and oil. While we do these things, we have to be very, very cautious of our environment, because we went to the United Nations last year, and our international president, Mr. Andrew Iyamo Konzoa, and our environment as indigenous people was a focal point there. So they asked us who the violators are, which people are the policy or key actors that are stunting the growth of our Niger Delta region. I, Ejiro in Energy, haven't made any contact at that time, talking to policymakers or community leaders and all that. So I promised them, I said, no, you know what I know. I cannot call names because I've not made any contacts yet. So leaving that United Nations Forum for Indigenous People, I promise that I'll come back with a news. either positive or negative, will come back with a result. And we went to work after that session, met with His Royal Majesty here, the Deputy Speaker, and other people, talked to them over the phone. I haven't met them until these few days, you know. So spoke to them, and they were passionate about what we were doing. We even reached out to the Brace Commission. The Director General, Ambassador Jokeshi, is very interested also, though he couldn't make it. But we'll still hold that Brace Commission accountable. So the focus is we taking into consideration our environment. We need to protect our environment. No matter the extraction that we do in the Niger Delta region, we should put our environment into consideration. We have to do it to the benefit of the people, because everything is not about money, money, money. The health of our people matters. The rights of the environment, the aquatic environment, need to be taken care of. Even the slur that goes into the air from gas pollution, gas flaring, it affects the habitats for birds and other animals. So we, talking about these businesses that we want to go into, anything we want to do, let us put the environment into consideration. That is very important, so that it will still be available for the next, like Councilman Thompson said, we still have 2050 vision, so that at least the environment will still be conducive by that time. So thank you all for your time. Thank you for the energy. We will definitely put all these words into action. Our organization, the Niger Delta People's Movement, is a civil society organization that we hold everybody accountable. So this is not time for complaint. Let's go into actions. We had promises here. We're going to act on those actions. So at this point in time, I got a good introduction, but I have to turn the board over. We want to use this time to recognize Councilman Austin Thompson for the valuable work. Can you come up, big brother, please? Can you come? Because he has been very, very passionate about the African community, the Caribbean community, the minority community in this state of Georgia. So we cannot do this without recognizing him, you know, for everything he does for the community. He's been here since Thursday. And every day we call him, he stays up till like 2 a.m. sometimes, working on, oh, how is the proposal? What do you think? When he calls me, I can't say, I'm asleep. I'm a soldier, so why is a civilian calling me at 2 a.m. and I'm giving him an excuse? I'll be like, okay, I'm up, let's get it done. And he has been very awesome. So this is a token from the Niger Delta People's Movement for the great support you've been to the community. He is part of the advisory board. Dr. Dema is part of the advisory board. Mr. Seth Rubinstein is part of the advisory board. They've been great people, you know, great support to the organization. We want to encourage you all to please don't walk out of here and forget what was spoken about here. Let us all get involved, engage with what we're doing. This is an extra to pen. So on behalf of NDPM, Niger Delta People's Movement, we're saying a big thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you everyone for coming. Thank you. Mr. Daffy Soje, our BOT chairman, you're here. And also Mr. Ayamo Konzua, please. Everybody's burnt out, so save time, okay?
Normally I'm the one that tells people to save time. So, let me see. Mr. Austin, thank you everyone. My name is Daffy Soje, I'm the BOT chair, and also I run other organizations within Georgia. First of all, okay. Thank you, Ejiro, because I've not spoken, but I've been watching the program since yesterday online because there were some other programs, but this is very important to all of us, being Niger Delta. But before I say a few words, I want us to stand up and give this team a round of applause, please. Please. Okay. Thank you. Abel. Thank you. Thank you. It is not easy putting a program together. It is not easy. Bringing a deputy speaker from Nigeria, bringing a king from Nigeria, it is not easy. I will want to call each and one of their names, but like Adriel just said to me, time, and I'm not a politician. Right, Mr. Councilman? Okay. So we've given them a round of applause. I want to say a special thanks to Mr. Thompson. I've known Mr. Thompson for quite a few years now. He has done not only for the Caribbean community, but for the African community. And he's part of One Voice. Mr. Thompson, thank you. Thank you. All right, so one more thing is that Mr. Thompson, 2027, he's going to be running for mayor of Lawrenceville. I'm breaking the news. He's saying like this, but I'm promoting because we need our own people in office. If our own people are in office, we'll get things done. And so, Honorable Thompson, even if you have not said it, we are going to support you and we're going to push you to get there. So without, I'm going to hand over the mic back to Adriel. Once again, thank you, Adriel.
Our president, our international president, he flew all the way from the United Kingdom for this event. So you can just close our time.
I want to say thank you for everybody that's spent time today and yesterday spending time with us. My deepest thanks to the team. Well, you can see it all. They are beautiful people and their minds, they have a lovely mind. So I want to say thank you all. If I was a crying man, probably this is the time of the cry, but there's no more tears. There's no more tears, trust me. But I want to say thank you to everybody, and I'm really encouraged by what I've seen so far. It's something that comes out of dreams. It's things you dream about, and though we haven't progressed anywhere, we haven't done anything, but we've made the first step, which is very important. And I want to thank you all. I want to keep this momentum going. There's a lot we can do for our people. There's a lot we can do for our country. There's a lot we can do for our generations, and just need to keep it focused. Like the Deacon said, focus, focus, focus. Let's keep going. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our chair. Okay.
I wish to, my name is Dr. Perpetua Riche. I'm the Vice President of the NDPM North America. And I want to thank this team for putting together this program. They've been awesome, and most especially Ms. Elma Okuba. She has been awesome, and her dedication to this project is unmatched. She slept, she woke up, NDPM Business Summit. Every minute in her house. She even took a trip to, where was it you went to now? Was it Germany? Because of NDPM. So I want to commend her. Please, let's give her a big round of applause. Awesome, awesome. Elma, thank you so much, and God bless you. And of course, everybody else here. I want to mention Seth. You've been active as well. We've already talked about. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And we thank His Royal Highness has left. We commend him for taking the time and the trip to come here to attend this program. It's not everybody that has that dedication. He took his time, his money to come here. So we thank him exceedingly for gracing this occasion. And so, everything said, thank you to every member. Tammy has been awesome, running around, doing the internet thing, the brochure and everything else. And of course, Noyer, every member of the team, Loretta, everybody, Spencer, Princess. So everybody, thank you so much. Now I'm going to hand over to Elma to give us the closing remarks because she is awesome. Thank you so much, Elma.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to all our speakers, all that came, all our invitees. We really do appreciate you people. We could have done all these and there will be empty chairs. But you guys made it. Some of you came yesterday and you came back today. We will say we're grateful. And we do hope for another year, next time, that we will call you guys to come, and we'll be ready for you. There is a common adage in my place: if you have a table, with 3 legs, the table cannot stand. I couldn't have gotten this far if I ever did anything without everybody here. We all did it's a teamwork. It's a 4-legged table. So everybody here played a big part into it. You called, people answered. People were there doing things behind the scene. Even though my name is called, I was just the messenger and I was just the servant. These are my leaders. I just served you guys. And I appreciate you guys for being there, for making it possible for us to come to this point. It could not have been possible without you guys standing behind and doing a whole bunch of stuff. We have somebody sitting there, just like, he's so shy away from photograph, but he's been there. He's been there too with us, in spirit. We thank our leaders who came from far and near. We're really grateful. It was a short time, we called them, and you guys, there's no way for me to express what they did to get to this point. It's a lot. We're working with them from there to get to this point. It was a lot, last minute. We thank Mr. Chris. The first day I spoke with him, just thanked him for coming. He just thanked him. I just spoke with him. The same day I spoke with him, he said yes, he was going to come from all the way from Nigeria to be a speaker on this program. We're really grateful. I don't know how to say, but my heart is full of joy that everything packaged together were delivered. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you all, thank you team. Thank you once again. Enjoy the rest of your evening. So try to take your time and network, network, because we have to take it to the next step. Network.
Coming.